Okay, folks, it's 12:30. Okay, we have a quorum. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. Welcome members of the public and media who are in attendance this afternoon. I'd like to thank you for the interest of the work of the board. Before we begin, we will briefly outline the meeting, how it will proceed. The agenda has been prepared in advance and it will guide our discussions. The board will consider each item in order, motion, and will be voted on by the board with consideration being given to weighted and unweighted matters. Your Quadra Island Director is present today and can debate topics on behalf of Area C constituents, with the other board members. Please be reminded that this is a formal meeting of the board. There is no opportunity for public input or participation during this meeting. We ask that all attendees remain quiet while the board is in business. We're conducted so we can carry out the meeting in an orderly and respectful manner. Please ensure that all electronic devices are sent to silent mode and signage is not permitted in the boardroom. We appreciate your cooperation and respect for these guidelines. Now we'll call the meeting to order.
Point of order, we have signage available right now.
So, Mr. Chair, we don't allow signage in the boardroom. So those that have signs, you're going to need to take them down or remove them, please. Well, then, Mr. Chair, maybe we can close the door.
Yeah, it's too loud out there. Take your signs down.
Take your signs down, we're gonna close the doors, guys.
And we need everybody to be quiet, please.
Hey, John.
Everybody in the lobby, please calm down.
Everybody, they're asking for quiet. No, if we're not quiet.
Hey, if they're loud, just
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can you ask them to close the door? Yeah.
And we'll acknowledge that we are located on the traditional territory of the Lakota people. Adoption of agenda.
So moved. Move adoption. Second.
Discussion?
Mr. Chair, I would like to amend the agenda to receive number 4 under member reports prior to consideration of item number 3 under bylaws.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Chapman.
Chair, I'd move that item number 18 in staff reports, dissolution petition, Village of Sayward, be removed from the agenda.
Second.
Discussion? Director Wally?
Yes, good. The reason is the ministry has its own process that it's going to follow, and it will not involve the regional district board at all.
Mr. Chair, in response to that, I'd like to say that Area A, of course, has a stake in this and could be affected upon dissolution, and the request on the agenda is simply to ask the province to tell us what the next steps will be and what the timeline will be. That's all there is. I think that is under the category of a little bit of public transparency, which our strategic priorities endorses, and I am opposed to altering the agenda.
Director Rice?
Chair, we're getting quite the echo from the hallway. Can we please close the door?
So, Mr. Chair, we had some concerns from folks that they couldn't hear or see at the last meeting, so we provided a video screen and some audio. Part of the challenge with that is we're hearing an echo in there, and if the chair wishes, we can close the door because we can hear an echo on everything we're saying.
Okay, well, the crowd is being quite well behaved at this point, so we'll give it a few minutes.
It's not the crowd, it's the audio that we have in.
Can we
Then
turn
they
it down a
can't
little
hear
bit?
it out there. Turn the audio off. Well, we're continually hearing our echo in here. We can't go through 3 hours of listening to ourselves echo.
Okay. But back on the motion, Director Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. Just responding to Director Wally. The only part the regional district would probably play in this is whether or not we think or would prefer the area of Village of Sayward to become its own electoral area because of the services being delivered. So that was something that the ministry will have to determine, and the people would get to vote on.
Thank you. I also think it's inappropriate to have it. I don't think it's any of the area director's business at this point. I think it's a matter between Sayward. And what's your point of order?
But if you were
Your microphone, please.
And our procedures bylaw.
Your microphone, please.
If you were familiar with our procedures bylaw, which we elected you to enforce, you would be aware that the chair is not able to debate the issues. You would be independent. Thank you.
The chair typically and historically can step down from the chair if he wishes to address comments. We have done that historically if the chair wishes to do that.
Yes, but in our new procedures bylaw, that has been removed and not possible anymore.
Well, just in defense of that, we have created some latitude within the committees. Again, yourself being chair of the East, we have done that on a number of times, so it's not that unusual. However, that's up to the boards.
Director Senate.
Yes, thank you, Chair. While I understand the concern of the people in Area A and the director, Mr. Wally from Sayward, I do think that the appropriate request, if you want more information, is to make a policy request, which is always something you can ask from the province of British Columbia under the Freedom of Information Act without even an application. Policy is always open to disclosure. Instead of asking them what the next steps are going to be, clarity on the policy, if it's not publicly available, is an appropriate request. But I don't know if it's this board's request. It may be an interest to you as the director, but I don't think it's necessarily an interest to us.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor. All in favor of removal? Those opposed? Director Wally, Director Deck, correct? Director Von Esch, Director Davis, Director Mowini, and Director Lott.
How about Director Jack?
Director Jack and Director Kerr, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. Director Jack? In favor? Thank you. 6 opposed. The motion is carried. Strike 18 off the agenda. Okay. Petition delegations, Oyster River Enhancement Society. Terry Lawrence, President of the Oyster River Enhancement Society, will make a presentation regarding the Oyster River Enhancement Society to highlight current priorities, including the need for re-roofing the Society's main office cabin.
Sneak in there. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Strathcona Regional District to allow me some time today to present our current needs and wishes. Let's see if this works. There we go. I'm a volunteer at the hatchery operation on the Oyster River. I'm here today to bring awareness to our efforts and outline some of our current needs. My name is Terry Lawrence. I'm president of the Oyster River Enhancement Society, which operates the hatchery on the river. I've retired from actively running my business for some 35 years on Vancouver Island. Our site today is within the Bear Creek Nature Park, covers some 60-plus acres on land adjacent to the Oyster River. Since 1983, the hatchery operated by Ories has existed on land that has transitioned from various owners to a partnership of the Comox Valley Regional District and Ducks Unlimited. We fortunately are entrenched in the area and have a long-standing and protected lease on the lands. In the mid-1980s, the river's salmon returns and native cutthroat stocks were almost gone. Logging practices, mining leachates, along with high catch rates in the ocean, depleted stocks to what was easily described as near extinction levels. Through development of gravity-fed earthen channels, some minor outbuildings, the hatchery site took shape and has matured in place now for some 40-plus years. That's a picture of the cabin in channel number 1 when it was first put in. The channel today is number 1, well placed in the ecosystem, and the cabin that we saw in that first picture, this is the cabin that needs a new roof. Today, we're adjusting to changes. Cutthroat will no longer be supported by the Provincial Ministry of Environment, a program that's retired now on the Oyster River. Salmon returns are being assessed, and we're being asked to make adjustments to some stocks, such as doing a more aggressive DNA take on coho and Chinook stocks, working to balance wild and hatchery production on the Oyster River. This is a picture of some of our facilities in the area now. Monitoring of juveniles in the river to verify what's coming in and out and how much are some of the programs that we're going to be initiating this summer. Coho egg take numbers in 2026 will be 60,000, down from 80,000. All released coho will now have to be clipped, and that's fry and smolts. This is one of our channels. We are now using 3 earthen ponds to acclimatize new fry to release in the main stem river. These are fenced and have protection from above predators. The 2026 year has started off actually quite nicely with some 80,000 coho eggs, 30,000 Chinook eggs, 400,000 pink eggs, and 350,000 chum eggs in our incubation buildings by the end of December 2025. This spring, due to warmer weather and warm water, coho and pig eggs are maturing or ripening earlier than expected. And as a result, we have moved a lot of the fry into ponds and capilano troughs early. Capilano troughs, pictured one there on the left, are aluminum structures designed to be short holding areas prior to release. The ponds, though, are the best option for transition phase, but do require much more work to operate and have some issues that are best described for long-term holding of fry. On the north side of the Oyster River, we have interest as well. This is a picture of Woodhouse Creek fish ladder that you enter off of York Road through private property, which we have access granted to us by the landowners there. And the Little Oyster River with the Ravenlands, which are about 60 to 80 acres of prime coho rearing area, which we also have permission from the logging company that owns that property to access and work on that, needs new fish ladders put in it. That picture on the right there, that's the pictures of the defunct fish ladders there now that need to be replaced. For the current time and the next few years, we'll be working on infrastructure where needed, repair and replace or remove when and where necessary. Planned for 2026, major projects starting with channel number 2, the active spawning area will be renourished with new gravel for the spawning channel. Some plumbing will be done in that building to update it into to work better for today. All of our systems are all gravity fed. There's no power there. So all of our systems are naturally gravity fed. Fences around ponds 1 and 2 will have upper portions replaced, and that metal strip there is for keeping mink and animals out of the ponds. The new cabin roof, though, is the main point that we're talking about today for our relationship between Strathcona and Oyster River. That cabin roof is 40 years old, 50 years old, and it's leaking prolifically, if I can say that correctly. It must be redone. Estimates are between $45,000 and $50,000. We hope they'll stay within that since U.S. stuff has gone on, we're thinking the aluminum might be a little bit more, or the metal on the roof, a little bit more. It'll be a metal roof with a ribbed construction, and the solar panels that are on the other side will be taken off and reestablished on the ribs. We're seeing success, but new areas of vulnerability. Higher numbers of people swimming in the river, more residents along its course, more recreational use on the trails in and out of creek beds. That's a picture of the Little Oyster with ATV tracks going through spawning channels in our creek beds. Wastewater runoff from roads, properties of all contributing to our original challenge. We have been very fortunate to have developed a fund to help with day-to-day expenses, but the big budget projects do require us to seek outside help. And that's pretty much it. That's a picture of that's our new camera system, pictures of pink salmon coming into our traps from the main stem of the Oyster River. If there's any questions for me, I'm okay with that.
Directors.
Thank you very much.
Any questions? Director Rice?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Terry, for the presentation, and thank you for the invite out. It was quite a well-spent afternoon. I've got a couple of questions. How much support do you get from the federal government?
On a yearly basis, our allotment from the Department of Fisheries, who monitor and control what we can do, is $6,000.
$6,000. And I understand when I was out that you've been asked to release less than what you've done in prior years.
Yes.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, I'll try to be as quick as possible. When we first started, it was 150,000. Last year, it was 80,000. This year, it will be 60,000. So with the increased coho numbers that they're seeing in the straits, there's a challenge now from DFO to control the numbers of hatchery-produced fish in the river, because they feel if there's too many hatchery fish, they will displace wild fish. So they're cutting our numbers back. So the answer is to either have more fish caught in the ocean, allow fishing in the Oyster River, or cut back our numbers. So those are our three choices. In many, many debates and meetings we had this spring, we didn't want to see fishing on the Oyster River, so we okayed cutting back our numbers. We would like to have fishing on the Oyster River, but we have to control the time when you can fish. When the water flows are too low, you can't. It's not fair game fishing on the Oyster.
Thank you for that. And I do understand that you do have a grant application which we'll bring forward. Thank you.
Director
Thanks very
Senate?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And that was one of my questions, if there was an actual financial request. But I'm going to take advantage of your presence here today, and I appreciate that because, first, I had a question. Who's your lease with? Because you mentioned you have a leased property.
Yes, the property is owned in partnership by Ducks Unlimited as the main holder with the regional district. So the regional district has a share quota exactly. I'm not sure how much of the shares they own, but they have a percentage of that property.
And that's the Comox Valley Regional
Comox Valley
right.
Regional District, yes.
And I know this is a border piece of property, so that's why we're interested with it here. But we have later on today, we have a proposed motion to change how we administer grants and aid potentially, which would require that anyone that's seeking external funding would have to demonstrate appropriate engagement with First Nations whose territory may be impacted by a proposed project. So one, I'm not sure if this is actually impact, asking for a roof, but potentially it could be brought in. Do you guys have a regular engagement process with First Nations at this point?
We actually do through the Comox Valley Regional District. And that is something that they control because it's their property and they're administrating it. How we work and perform on that property in accordance with the First Nations.
Excellent to know. I'm assuming because they're probably dealing more with Comox, we don't have anything dealing with the First Nations up in the area here with Liquito. And I know this, again, it's a border area, so it could be tricky. So I'd just like to have your comments as an organization who could seek funding, whether that would add any additional material administration or extra costs or burdens to you guys if we implement this policy. I'm just wanting some feedback for future consideration.
Yeah. At first glance, this is my second year as president, and it's become very much aware to me that the Oyster River is the borderline for everything. regional districts, First Nations, DFO, provincial ministry, all of them use the Oyster River as a borderline. So in some ways, that's bad because it's the end of the road for everybody. And in some ways, it's good because nobody takes ownership on both sides. So as far as administrating goes, yes, we have to talk to both Strathcona and the Comox Valley Regional District. We have to talk to DFO in Campbell River and Nanaimo. So it does add more considerations. There's two different First Nations on the property, on the river.
So what I'm hearing, and perhaps the directors, when we look at the policy later on, is that we need to give guidance to our various organizations as to which First Nations they may have to actually engage with, because you guys are a bit special, being on the borderlands, that you'd be dealing with Comox, which isn't a common First Nation for us, but they are in Sayward. But then you probably weren't even thinking that you had a Liquito First Nation group up here that maybe would be part of our sort of checklist. So I'm just going to point that out for future consideration for people applying for grants and aids. But I appreciate your answers and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Susan.
Director Mawhinney.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you for the presentation, and it was really interesting to see those pictures of how the Oyster River enhancement has progressed. Back when I was a child living on Macaulay Road, I used to volunteer. Well, my dad was a volunteer with the Oyster River Salmon Enhancement Society, and I would go and help him feed the fry in the 80s. So it's really great to see the work that you have done and that it is continuing on. So I appreciate all the information you shared with us today. Thank you.
Any additional questions? No. Director Rice?
So if we could bring up the motions, please. For the grant application. Can we bring up the grant application? Thank you. So I just received this grant application last night at 11 o'clock or thereabouts. And, so I know that this is not the way that we would normally do it, but they do have an ask of $25,000. And what I am proposing is that $5,000 be from Area D's grant and aids. And I'm looking for support on the other $20,000 from the regional board.
Director Mawhinney?
Thank you, Chair. Well, this, I think, is, I don't really think that the request is in order. We haven't had a chance to look at it or consider it in advance. And generally, the grant and aid applications first go to the Electoral Area Services Committee, and then they come to the board. So I would appreciate if we could follow our general procedure. And, that would be my request at this point.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this doesn't look like something that would go to the Electoral Area Services Committee. It sounds like the majority of it is asking for a regional grant and aid, so could make a notice of motion of it. You could receive it, you could vote on it, you could do whatever you want. But considering it's a request for the board, I don't know why it would go to Electoral Area Services.
Well, I appreciate that feedback, and that I guess the reason I mentioned it is because Director Rice had said something about it being partly funded through the electoral area grant and aid. I don't feel comfortable with receiving a request for this amount of money when we don't have a report from staff which shows how much of our regional grant and aid has been spent so far to date this year and what sort of other commitments we may have. In fact, perhaps we should refer this to our conversation that we have around grants and aid at a regional level.
Okay. Next was Director Wally. I'll pass. You'll pass. Director Von Esch.
Thank you, Chair. Just, Terry, we are getting this now, and I'd love to look at it too and understand the application better. Or if we waited a month, is that going to, ruin things for you? Can you give it just give?
No, that'll be okay, yeah. I totally expected that.
Yeah.
Sorry for the late application.
All good. Thank you.
Director Smythe.
Yeah, just my 2 bits. And with the price of it is in the budget, I mean, I'm comfortable making the decision now, if the rest of the board is. So I'd be voting in favor of it.
Okay, call the question.
What, do we have a motion on the floor? Or
Well, we don't have a motion. Okay.
Do we normally have a motion for receipt of the request, please?
we haven't received the motion for the presentation, and after receipt of that, if somebody wants to make a motion, then there can be up for discussion and a vote.
Okay, so on receipt,
Move receipt of the presentation.
thank you. Second. Thank you. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Go ahead, Director Rice.
And I'll make a motion that we proceed with the grant application. As I mentioned, I'm quite willing to have $5,000 come out of Area D's grants and aids, and I'm asking for support for the other 20 from the regional board.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion? Director Mawhinney?
Thank you, Chair. Could the CFO or the CAO provide information to the board on the current status of the regional grant and aid account that we have? And how much has been spent out of it, or at what state it is for the year?
He seems to be looking. Just give him a second.
Okay. And while we're waiting for that, I do have a question, one further question, and that is for you, sir. Just curious, I believe you made a presentation to the Comox Valley Regional District Board as well, or maybe it was their electoral areas, I'm not sure. Were they also willing and able to support the roof project, and at what level?
They have not responded back to me. Scuttlebutt was that it was probably between 10 and 15 that they were able to give us for the 25 that we asked.
And, sorry, could you remind me the total cost of this project?
The total cost should be around $55,000.
All right, thank you.
Director Rice?
Thank you, Chair. I do want to just mention that I have talked to Director Greaves. He did mention that perhaps maybe he could come up with 10, but it was never confirmed, so I don't have those numbers either. I think what I'm proposing here is something that is, quite doable and quite separate from what the Comox Valley would be doing.
Thank you. We'll just wait a minute.
Sorry, we have a budget of 75,000. We have 77,000 spent to date.
So call the question.
Call the question. All in favor? The question is to support the grant and aid.
The motion is to contribute $5,000 from the Area D grant and aid and $20,000 from the regional grant and aid.
I guess the question perhaps Director Mooney and I would have is, how do we overspend our budget and what do we do afterwards? Do we need a subsequent motion to adjust the financial plan?
Well, the board can overspend line items in the budget, so there's no hard and fast rule that that's an upper limit. It's in general admin. So in grants and aid, we've likely done that in the past. We never had a regional grants and aid, and so in previous years we've overspent other line items. So it's up to the board. If the board's desire is to make a contribution, they can overspend the budget number.
And thank you for that, because when we set it at 75,000, I thought it was a bit low. So this does confirm my suspicions at that point, and reminding everyone that the regional grant and aid is going to be 70% City of Canberra.
Okay, so calling the question. All in favor? Opposed? Director Wally, Director Deck, Director Von Esch, Director Mawhinney, and Director Lott. Online, Director Jack, how do you vote? In favor? Thank you. Director Kerr?
In favor.
Thank you. So the motion is granted. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you very much for accepting that. Thank you.
Thank you. Adoption of minutes. That the minutes of the regular meeting of the Regional Board held on March 25th be adopted.
Move adoption.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion's carried. Business arising? None. Public consideration? Notice of motion? No chair's report? Consent to calendar? Director Sinnott, would you like to take number 1, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will make a motion that the draft minutes of the regular meeting of the Strathcona Gardens Commission held on March 25th, 2026 be received.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Merwini, number 2, please.
Thank you, Chair. Electoral Area C Advisory Planning Commission, that the draft minutes of the regular meeting of the Area C Advisory Planning Commission held on April 2nd, 2026 be received.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Von Esch, number 3.
Electoral Area B Advisory Planning Commission, I'll move that the draft minutes of the inaugural meeting of the Electoral Area B Advisory Planning Commission held on April 7th, 2026 be received.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Wally, number 4.
I move the draft minutes of the regular meeting of the Electoral Area Service Committee held on April 15, 2026 be received.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion's carried. Director Jack, would you like to take number 5, please?
Number 5, First Nations Relations Committee, that the draft minutes of the regular meeting of, sorry, I cannot read that, 2081, that the First Nations Relations Committee held on April 15, 2026 be received.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? Director Martin? Director Davis? Director Martin Davis?
Sure, it all works. Just a minor correction. In director's reports, it mentions, like I did a director's report, and it's supposed to say tripartite meeting. It says triport. I guess it's an AI glitch or something, but yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Lanyon, number 6.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the draft minutes of the regular meeting of the Community Health and Wellness Committee held on April 21st, 2026 be received.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Chapman.
Committee of the Whole. I move that the draft minutes of the special meeting of the Committee of the Whole held on April 22nd, 2026 be received.
Thank you. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Number 1, staff reports. Director Lanyon.
I move that the report from the Chief Administrative Officer be received in respect of the 2025 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report and Audit Findings Report.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have a presentation from Corey Vanderhurst from MNP. I think he's queued up online here. Just give him a second.
Great. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
We can. Do you have a presentation there, Corey?
Yes.
Okay, we'll just pull it up here.
Should be coming
Yeah,
up
there we go.
now.
We got it.
Great. Thank you to the CIO, Chair, and thank you to the board for inviting me here to attend your meeting today. As I've done in past years, I have a brief presentation, take you through your 2025 financial statements and the audit results, and then I'd be happy to answer some questions at the end. Before I start, a big thank you to your finance team and staff throughout the regional district for going through the audit process. It goes very smoothly. We really appreciate their cooperation in the audit. So starting on your statement of financial position or your balance sheet for the year ending December 31st, 2025, The regional district had cash and investments of $46.7 million. You can see about a $3.4 million increase year over year. And then if you add in receivables, you get this total financial asset number of $70.3 million. The debt being managed by Strathcona currently at $31.8 million. So the increase year over year of $30 million for funding of the Strathcona Gardens and other capital projects that were performed during the year. Total liabilities of $60.6 million. So if you take that total liabilities of 60.6 and subtract it from the 70.3 of financial assets, you get what we call the net financial assets, or the liquid position of the district. And it is still positive. It is $9.6 million. But with the new debt coming online in 2025, you can see the decrease year over year from 2024. And with the new debt that was incurred through the year, you get a significant increase in your tangible capital asset balance from $43 million to $79 million, most of that coming through Strathcona Gardens and other major capital projects that were performed in 2025. Accumulated surplus is then up just over $11 million to $88.8 million. I will show you the breakdown of accumulated surplus in a future slide. On the statement of operations then, and what we used to call the income statement, your revenues and expenses for 2025, total revenues of $35.5 million, up from the $27.3 in the prior year, using some grant funding for those capital projects and other capital spending throughout the year. Expenses of $24 million, so up $4 million from the prior year, but still under the budgeted estimated 29.3. So you have an accounting surplus of $11.3 million at the end of 2025. I'm going to say accounting surplus because that doesn't have your capital spend in there. There's other adjustments that accountants make. So when you're trying to compare the budget and the budget that you're looking at when you approve that, the cash flow statement is closer to what that would look like. So on the statement of cash flows, regular day-to-day operations of the district bring in $10.4 million. That's all the tax positions, utilities, and other fees and things that you can see that number is very consistent year over year. Just a small increase in 2024. Capital spend, and there's a $30 million increase in capital spending year over year. So 37 total spending. Paying down the debt of $53,000. Now, the reason why you've got such a large increase there is those projects are ongoing. So you're not into the full repayment tables yet on some of those capital projects. I would expect when those projects finish up and some of the debt gets rolled into the MFA debentures, your repayment of debt will increase in the future. $3 million was moved out of the main bank accounts and into investments to make sure you're getting a good rate of return. And starting to sound like a broken record, $30 million of borrowing proceeds during the year. For the end of the year, you have a $357,000 positive cash inflow. So very close to break-even number on your top-line revenues for the year. The accumulated surplus, $88.8 million. Most of that, just shy of $50 million, is what we call the equity in the capital assets. So that's not a cash balance. That's the value of all the equipment, buildings, infrastructure, vehicles, and things that you own and manage, minus the debt. You have a small capital fund surplus there of $122,000. That one hasn't been touched year over year. There is appropriated surplus of $4.1 million. So that is amounts that has been identified for future projects. And then you have your official reserves that have increased from $26 million to $29 million. And the operating fund still has a surplus position of $5.4 million with a slight decrease from the prior year's $5.8. Switching gears into the audit and the audit process, we are providing what we call an unmodified opinion. That's an auditor's language for a clean audit opinion. We are satisfied that the financial statements that we just went through there and that you have in your reading packages are prepared accurately in all material respects in accordance with public sector accounting standards, which is the appropriate standard for local government. The last step is approval of the financial statements by the board, and then we'll be able to issue our audit report. When we go through our audit process, we look at the controls, sure you're getting accurate financial reporting. Are they designed appropriately? Are they implemented? We don't specifically test the effectiveness of your controls, so I'm not providing an opinion on your day-to-day controls and whether they're working, but we're satisfied that they're designed accurately. So to get comfort over the numbers, because we're not looking at controls, we sample transactions, look at invoices, look at payroll records, look at grants and other forms of revenue coming in. We don't look at every transaction, so we use this materiality number to drive our audit testing. That is based on a percentage of your revenues for the year, so it should be close to about 5%. And what that means is we're looking at every transaction that's larger than 1.5 million, so that's large grants, large capital spending, and then for any transaction that's lower than 1.5 million, we're sampling to get comfort over the balances. We didn't find any irregularities or any evidence of conflict of interest or unusual transactions. A reminder, we're not specifically looking for them, but if something came to our attention, I would be required to report it out to the board, and I would, of course, ask for in-camera to do those reporting. So I don't have anything to bring to the board's attention today, so that is a good news item. Again, a big thank you to management and staff throughout the regional district. The audit goes very smoothly. We really appreciate their assistance. And it will confirm our independence. We didn't do any other projects that would impair my ability to give you an independent audit opinion. That is important for our audit process. And the last two slides, coming back into the numbers, we just saw 2025 and 2024 and sort of that 2-year look. I like to look back at a 5-year time frame on some key ratios and what do you see in the numbers or what are the indicators as you're moving forward. The first one we look at, we call it a sustainability ratio. We're looking at your total financial assets, your cash and receivables, comparing them to the liabilities and the amounts you're going to have to pay to see if you have this ratio greater than or less than 1, right? So if you're larger, if this number is above 1, it means you have more cash and reserves set aside to pay for future projects. If it dips below 1, it means you are taxing or generating user fees to pay for past transactions. So the good news there, you are still above that 1-to-1 ratio. It's dropped to 1.16. That's a function of the significant debt for the capital projects, but still in a positive balance there, as we saw the $9.6 million of net financial asset position. The other one, which can have a bearing on future plans and future projects, is what we call flexibility. And this looks specifically at the infrastructure you're managing, how much costs are potentially coming down the line in the future that you're going to have to manage for replacement, repair, that type of thing. So we compare the carrying value of the assets or the depreciated value to their original cost and see roughly, what's a rough aging of the assets. Now, this number, because of the significant capital spending of $37 million throughout the year, has jumped from 65% to 75.8%. And that's very common when you have large capital projects that you see this number increase. But you can see I've been hovering in the mid-60s or mid to low 60s for a few years, which indicated some older assets that needed that work, and then it comes up as that work is done. I will pause there. I'll leave the sharing up. I'm happy to go back to any slides if there are specific questions on the slides, or if there are questions on the audit findings report or the financial statements, I would be happy to answer those as well. Thank you.
Directors, any questions? Director Sinnott.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you very much, Corey, for the report. Just one question, just looking forward to the future. When we saw the declining of the ratio and it's down at 1 to 1.1, is there something that we should be aware of when we're doing budgeting in case that continues to decline below the 1.0? Or do you feel that we're on the right track?
Thank you, Director. That's a great question. It's always important as part of your 5-year financial plan and then any longer range financial planning around the capital to be keeping an eye on that. There's no magic answer. I talk about that number of 1 to 1 because it's whether you have those reserves available for future projects. But the question of what should it look like is a philosophical, political debate over where should the burden of some of those projects land. So there's no right or wrong answer there. It's just what does the community need and where should the costs lie with respect to having the funds available now or having to generate tax revenues or other revenues to pay for large capital. It's always a tricky balancing act.
Go ahead, Director Sinnott.
Yeah, and perhaps it's more Director Lanyon, because he and I have had these discussions more than once with respect to municipal or local government financing. The danger of holding too much money into reserves puts you at risk of being behind inflation, particularly construction inflation, as opposed to taking money from taxation. But interesting question, and we're still debating what the appropriate balance is to maintain. Thank you.
Anyone else? Director Lanyon.
Sure, I don't think we currently have a motion on the floor. Do we?
Just to receive.
Yeah, okay. So did someone make the motion to receive already?
No.
No, okay. So I'll make the motion to receive Corey Vanderhorst's presentation.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried.
And then D rather, I move that the SRD's audited consolidated financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2025 be approved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Continue on, Director Lanyon.
It's done.
It's done? Oh, my fault. Okay. We'll go Director Rice for number 2, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is in regards to the Just Like Home project. I'd like to move that the Manager of Strategic Initiatives will provide a verbal update on the Just Like Home project.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't need it.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we just thought, because as we progress through construction and the developer is taking a lot of progressive construction pictures and videos, that the board might like to see an update as we.
Just Like Home and the Health Professional Housing is a joint facility that is just a short distance from the Campbell River Hospital, aimed to provide accessible accommodation for patients, loved ones, and healthcare providers traveling in the region. It's a really proud sponsorship that we have with proud partnership that we have with Seymour Pacific Homes and the Campbell River Hospital Foundation and all of the community members who've donated to get us to this point. So the rendering that you can see there on the top left is what the building will essentially look like just behind the Campbell River Hospital, floating above the parkade. So just a reminder that the Just Like Home portion is the lower floor, and it's going to provide 10 units of self-contained lodging with 24/7 supportive accommodation, fully accessible, fully equipped, designed for communal spaces as well, for gathering and relationship building, as well as 2 fully accessible units. Health Professional Housing will occupy the top floor of the same structure, and it's going to provide 20 units of fully and partially furnished suites, including bachelor 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom units, able to accommodate a variety of different uses. All inclusive, we're trying to make this attractive and supportive to the professionals, pet friendly as well. Here's just a quick reminder of what the layout will be and the mix of units, providing a good cross-section of different offerings for the mix of families and singles that we expect to be occupying this. So here is the first photo I'd like to share with you. It's from mid-February. The construction team has a drone out every week, so we've got these really nice bird's eye view. So here you can see some excavation and forming, pouring of the slab, as well as some additional site prep. That's February 27th. March 4th, you can see the slab being fully poured and some of the balconies taking place. You can also see what is a 9-meter concrete wall that was established for seismic purposes. That's going to make sure that the building is safe on that pretty steep slope just above the parkade. Following the pouring of the slab, you can see the timber framing started going pretty quickly. So this is March 13th. You can also tell the things are greening up. The snow's all melted. March 19th, we see the finishing of the top of the first floor. Also from March 19th, a slightly different angle there, so that's what you'll see from on top of the parkade. March 27th, you can see we're framing out the second floor. April 2nd, additional work. By April 8th, they were pouring the suspended slab. This from the video, imagine some really engaging music. It's just really neat to see the dynamic action of the drone photos that they were able to provide us. So you can see it is a very long and narrow site. So we were able to take really good advantage of the length by stretching the facility out. They didn't invite me to ride that little concrete polisher, but in my next career, that'll be me. April 16th, you can see that they're putting on the membrane for the exterior of the building and the windows have arrived on site. And then this is the last picture. I just got it from them yesterday, so you can see they're working on the roofing membrane as well. So we're seeing a lot of really quick progress. Soon we're going to be inside the building and these photos are going to start looking a little bit similar and repetitive, but we'll start to get some interior progress for you and you'll start to see some of the finishes. So as you can see, construction is well underway. The building is progressing very, very quickly with framing nearing completion. We are full on in our interior design and purchasing and selecting of furniture. It is wild how quickly these costs are adding up. $40 garbage cans is a real thing. We got a low discount price for $6 garbage cans and actually had to celebrate a big win. So getting ready to open, we're doing a lot of operational planning. We've selected our booking system. We've got our staffing model in place. We're going to be posting in May for the positions, getting occupancy in early July, staff onboarding in late July. We're hoping to start doing tours and opening celebrations in late August with early September being the open date. So we're going to have patients and their families in there right away. I think it's most appropriate for us to see the space before we've got folks in that sort of in that vulnerable position. So we look forward to inviting you all to the site once we've got it all kitted out. Tons of community energy in here. This is a failed animation. There we go. So there's lots of fundraising that's been happening. We're getting a lot of momentum. The Facebook posts that we're posting, the Hospital Foundation is posting, Seymour Pacific is posting, are all getting a lot of traction. The Hospital Foundation is still doing fundraising for us for the capital project. But ongoing fundraising and partnership is going to be key to the success. So I am offering presentations to everybody, their children, their dogs. So if anybody has any groups you think might be interested, might be a good partnership or way for us to integrate with the community and build some key relationships there, please let me know. As well, this is new for the regional district, so we are busy seeking collaboration and learning from other people's experience in all aspects of the business. So open to any connections that anybody might have. It's going to be key. We've got websites for both, and I didn't pitch our branding. So we've got the Health Professionals Housing logo up and ready, as well as a website. So please subscribe and stay tuned for updates. And I'm happy to answer any questions about Just Like Home and Health Professional Housing, if there are any at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Directors, any questions? Director Von Esch.
Thank you, Chair. Amazing progress. So great to see all the photos and have this progress so quickly. Just a question around fundraising. What are we looking for still? What's the gap we're trying to fill in?
We're doing pretty good fundraising-wise for the capital bill.
Yeah, I think the mic went out on that one. No, go to the next one.
Testing, thank you. We're all keyed up for the capital build. It's building a little bit more money, the more we can get for furniture and amenities, the higher quality, the higher durability surfaces we can get, sort of decrease our renewal costs. But it's the long-term operations that we're really focusing on in order to keep that nightly rate low. We're trying to make
come up with ideas for fundraising so that we can, continue to try to reduce the average cost for the people staying in the Just Like Home Lodge.
So just if I can, Mr. Chair, expand on that. So we're looking at partnerships with the Mount Waddington Regional District, the First Nations Health Authority, Island Health. We're going to have ongoing donors. We're going to have volunteers. We're going to have folks that are going to contribute to the facility and the operations just because of their experience. So it'll be an ongoing effort, but also looking for long-term partnerships in supporting the operations facility to keep the costs down. So fundraising will never end.
Director Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, sir, staff, for the entertaining summary. I wish the staff could remind the board how this is being funded.
So this is a regional facility. It's an interesting partnership here, whereas we have a partnership with the Canberra River Hospital Foundation that raised over $2 million towards the capital build of the project. And then we had a secondary partnership with Seymour Pacific Developments for the build of the facility. And then this is a regional facility that's supported by, our 70-30 split in our in the service.
Director Chapman.
Just for clarification, could you clarify the 70-30?
So our 70-30 split in regional facilities, operations, and services is the way requisition rolls out. 70% contribution is from Canberra River, and the remaining 30% is from the other municipalities and electoral areas.
Director Sennett.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I have a couple of questions, and maybe it's just too early, but are we going to be facing with some policy decisions as after you get the various participants and contributors as to who gets to use this and for what length, and whether you're supportive in terms of taking advantage of the residential tenancy, issues that you can have with the longer term rentals with the province. I'm just curious, so for example, if someone said, well, I'm not here to use the hospital, I'm here for other health related purposes, would it be open to them, or does it, or those decisions still to be made?
If I can, it's not limited to the hospital. It's if you're accessing healthcare in Canberra River, then you have accessibility to Just Like Home. So, and about policies, we have a mountain of policies that we're working on, yeah.
Anyone else? Director Mawhinney?
I think,
Sorry?
You didn't want to speak, Director Vanesh. Sorry, I saw your light was on. Thank you for the presentation. I just had a couple of quick questions. One of them is, will the slides be available on the minutes? Because there was a couple pictures that you went by, and I would like to take a closer look at them.
I believe the photos are on the website. We're posting. We have a Just Like Home website and a health professionals website, as you can see on here. So I'm certain everything that we've provided here is on the websites.
Yeah, we can update, make sure all of the photos are on there, and I'm seeing that, the slides will also be available on the minutes.
Okay, great, thank you. And then just one other confirmation, because there was a question here about the funding model for this, and I didn't actually hear the words Regional Housing Service mentioned, but I do believe that it's the Regional Housing Service that is partially funding this. Am I correct on that, Mr.
Yeah,
Ciano?
I said any regional service that we provide, whether it's housing, is 70-30 split with Canberra River and the rest of the municipalities and electoral areas.
Right, and that 70-30 split, as you refer to it, is actually all residents in the Strathcona Regional District paying the same amount per average residential household to support something.
Independently, yes. Collectively, no.
Okay, anyone else? No? Thank you very much for the presentation.
Motion to receive the report.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion's carried. Director Kerr, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Chair Baker.
Thank you. Number 3, please.
Growing Communities Fund 2026 allocation. Move that the report from the Chief Administrative Officer be received.
Second.
And that the do you want me to continue, or?
No.
No. 2 separate. You received, we have a second?
So if I can, Mr. Chair, so as you've heard, just like home, we're the capital operations of the facility funded, but, you know, in terms of furnishings and signage and other items around the facility, we've been doing our best to do fundraising, and we have some growing community allocation money that the board has allotted to the project. However, we've been through a few rounds of Growing Communities Fund. When we received the money, I want to say 3 or 4 years ago, it was a fund that the province gave us the cash, so we allocated to projects. We stick the money in the bank, and as projects go through the funding model, some of them don't spend all their money. There's a little shrapnel left over. The Growing Communities Fund generates some interest, and we've been through a couple rounds of that. Now we're coming close to the end of that. So again, we've got little bits and pieces left over from projects that underspent some of their allocated funds and some additional interest that works out to be $91,000. And we're looking for the board's support to allocate that remaining funding to the Just Like Home project.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. B, please.
Thank you, Chair. That the 2026-2030 financial plan be amended to allocate an additional $21,495 of available funding from the Growing Communities Fund to the Just Like Home Workforce Housing Capital Project.
Second.
Discussion?
Is that an error that I heard vocally? A 91 versus 21?
91, and it reads 91.
So do we just get a friendly amendment to make it 91,000, Director Kerr?
Sorry, I used to see me, but I thought I said 91. It is 91.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Sinnott, number 4.
I will make a motion that the report respecting Regional Primary Care Support Service feasibility update from the CEO be received.
Second.
Discussion?
Mr. Chair, Sheena has some words to support this motion.
Thank you. Through the chair to the directors. I also have a brief presentation to support this as well. It's a pretty hefty report. It was a really interesting and deep topic to dive into and to try to sort of pull apart to bring some options to you today. So this is both a bit of an update, a summary of the engagement done to date, and a request for sort of further direction, as this is a pretty broad topic and we could go a lot of ways with it. So this is going back to the board direction from November to explore feasibility of a regional approach to supporting primary care, including recruitment, retention, and administrative capacity. The report considered a range of potential roles for the SRD that quickly emerged through the consultation that I did, from maintaining our current level of involvement to supporting recruitment and access to care to more direct involvement in service delivery. So the presentation today summarizes the engagement, the key findings, and outlines options for the board's consideration with the goal of seeking directions on the next step. As was directly embedded in the motion and was certainly key to coming up with options for you all today, there's quite a bit of engagement was undertaken with Island Health, the Ministry of Health, and the Division of Family Practice that included direct input from physicians and locum providers. Very coincidentally and very conveniently, a group called the Health Practitioner Attraction Committee formed a couple of months before I started this work. And they're a coalition that's being led by the Division of Family Practice, looking at almost specifically this. There's some details in the report about their mandate and their terms of reference, but it's a multifaceted, intergovernmental community group looked at what we can do to bring, to support bringing more healthcare providers, namely physicians and nurse practitioners, but not just those, allied health professionals as well, into our region. So from that group and speaking to all of the other levels of government, there was a lot of consistent recommendations across the engagement. And these recommendations that are captured in the report really reflect specific conditions to our region, which are not the same factors affecting other parts of the province, particularly southern Vancouver Island, where a lot of the local government-run clinics are currently being established and opened. For our context, the primary constraints to improving access to care are related to workforce availability and predominantly locum coverage and the ability to recruit and retain physicians and nurse practitioners. There are also existing vacancies within our local clinics where the infrastructure and administrative systems are already in place, which reinforces that clinic space and administration are not the primary barriers. Physicians and nurse practitioners have flexibility in where they choose to practice, and communities are competing to attract them. A consistent theme was that community livability and overall desirability, things like housing, childcare, recreation, and opportunities for families are critical factors in those decisions. Ensuring we can offer and support those amenities is an important part of attracting and retaining these professionals to our region. Funding for clinic administration is already embedded within other public models. And overall, the findings suggest that the most effective role for the SRD is to focus on strengthening and enabling the conditions that make our community an attractive place to live and work, rather than attempting to replace or replicate existing healthcare delivery systems. So with that, we do have 4 options in the report for the board to consider. Option A does most closely align with the results that we received through engagement, and it has sort of 2 complementary components. The first one is locum accommodation. So for anybody who doesn't know, locum is essentially a substitute physician. They come in and provide coverage if your physician or nurse practitioner needs to go on vacation or take a leave of absence. So their presence in the healthcare system is critical to provide continuity of care and to provide a break or respite for those people who are in our region, allowing them to thrive and avoid burnout. So within that first component, we do have a facility, which I just spoke about, the workforce housing or the health professionals housing, which could be used to support locums coming to stay here. One thing that I learned is that locums traveling to Campbell River do not receive the same level of subsidy as they do in other parts of the province. So travel and accommodation are out-of-pocket expenses for those people, making it a challenge or a decision that they have to make as to whether or not they want to come to our community to cover those vacancies. So if we were to provide subsidized accommodation at the health professionals housing, that would remove one of those barriers, and locum coverage was one of the very clearly identified critical aspects to luring and maintaining our existing physician and nurse practitioners. The second component to that is sort of the attraction and integration, which will provide a longer term impact, and that's around showcasing our community and making sure that physicians and nurse practitioners know that they're welcome here and that we have a lot of offerings for high quality of life. Items within sort of this range could include working with community groups to provide access to our attractions and restaurants, as well as tailoring tours to the specific needs and interests of any physicians who are interested here. Locums are also an important pathway for physicians. When they're here, they get to experience the community. So by integrating the first component, the locum accommodation, and then the attraction and integration, we may be able to actually convince locums who are visiting that this is the community that they should put roots into. So as I mentioned, this option was most closely aligned with what the partners in the HPAC are working on. It builds on existing initiatives that are happening within the SRD, and it will have direct improvement on recruitment and retention. Option B is around access, awareness, and community health support. So this is around access to care and trying to reduce the need for people to seek care, therefore reducing the burden on healthcare. This is a long-range solution. And it would look like focusing on access and navigation, how to find care, making sure that the message and the information is getting to the people who need it, working on prevention and health promotion, and social prescribing and community connection. Isolation and loneliness are pretty considerable factors for some folks in our community. So this would improve health outcomes over time, reduce system pressure, and build on existing programs. Things like the Community Health and Wellness Committee, the PCN, which is the Primary Care Network, and some of the options that are offered at Strathcona Gardens really go towards therapy and rehabilitation. So this does not impact provider supply, and the benefits are long-term, but was something else that was identified as benefiting the overall intent of this report. Option C would be working towards an SRD-owned and operated clinic. This option carries quite a bit of risk and financial responsibility. A government-run clinic does not receive the same access to funding that provincially or that privately run clinics do. So while there are no barriers to a locally government-run clinic, it does not align with the current structures within Island Health and the Ministry of Health. And the direct feedback we had from physicians, the Division of Family Practice ran a survey for me asking questions about both this initiative and some things with health professional housing. There was not a lot of support for the SRD to get involved in this space, and there was concerns that it would actually compete with existing clinics. We do have physician and nurse practitioner vacancies within the Campbell River and some of our more immediate neighbors. So if we were to actually build our own clinic, we would be competing for the same resources, and we would not receive the same supports from the province in terms of recruitment or sort of rescue funding if anything were to not work out for us there. So it may not increase provider supply since we're actually in a shortage already. We don't have the pool of physicians that we need to fill our existing clinics, and it does not align with provincial fundings. And it did give the physicians concerned about autonomy, who most people would prefer to have a little bit more say than be employees of the local government. But that being said, other communities are doing it. So there are precedents, there are pathways forward if we want to continue exploring this, but we would need some sort of clear direction that this is the route if we really wanted to invest in it. What else I heard about this was that having a very, very strong, experienced local medical lead is key to success, or having an established local society with experience in this in order to make sure that we've got the local supports to direct, especially new to practice and new to the country physicians to navigate our current system and our regional challenges. Too many buttons. Option D is sort of status quo and ongoing advocacy and monitoring. The SRD is doing quite a bit of work in this space to try to improve the health of our residents. So I do think that it warrants highlighting some of that. So as I mentioned, Strathcona Garden offers quite a bit of rehabilitation and therapeutic programs. The board has supported programs like Just Like Home and health professional housing. We also support the Community Health and Wellness Committee. All of the work that we do in emergency services all lead to better health outcomes and reduced access to care for our residents. So under this, we would continue doing all of what we are doing, which is being supported under a whole bunch of different services, as well as continuing to stay invested in the Health Practitioner Attraction Committee, our participation in the Community Health and Wellness, and advancing any sort of key issues to higher levels of government through the board, through UBCM and AVICC. So it wouldn't address any key gaps like locum support or recruitment or coordination, but it would come at no additional cost and carries no risk. Buttons again. So there's a little bit of financial breakdown here. Option A is the one that really has a defined financial impact that we can quantify at the level of the study to date, and that would be if we were to subsidize a unit of locum housing within the health professional housing service. So a studio unit, we were intending to have at least 4 units as short-term accommodation, would at that assumed at a 70% occupancy would cost about $45,000 a year, or would equate to $45,000 a year in sort of lost revenue, we'll say, for those short-term stays. So that's just a number to start with. So that's scalable depending on number of units or number of nights if we wanted to do partial units. And so that combines, that'll provide immediate impact. As far as option B and the second component of option A, these are all scalable. It really depends on the board's level of financial interest in supporting these initiatives. The recommendation is to bring forward a future report. So depending on which option is selected, we can put some numbers to these, some numbers and priorities to the specific actions that we could take. Option C is going to be the highest cost and most financial uncertainty, provides us with the most exposure, would require significant investment in operations and governance. And then option D, unless there was any specific programs that we're already working on that we wanted to augment, would be sort of no additional cost and maintain our current funding levels. So what we're looking for today is some feedback from the board on the level of financial commitment, the level of risk, the degree of SRD involvement, and sort of the preference for short-term, long-term, or combined impact. So Hopefully that wasn't quite as long as it took you to read the whole report, but I'm happy to answer any other questions.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, just so the board's aware, there's no commitment with any of these, or we're not asking for, oh, you're going to commit X amount of dollars. We're looking for more direction on one of the options so that we can bring a more detailed report and show what the commitment or effort would possibly be in that. I think as Sheena has alluded to, if we have thousands of people within Campbell River and the regional district without a family doctor, and what the division has done is duplicates what we heard at UBCM from the CEO of Island Health in terms of if you want to attract healthcare professionals, locum doctors, nurses, you need to provide 4 things, and if you're not going to provide those 4 things, you have no ability to attract these folks. So number 1 is housing, 2 was education, 3 was childcare, and 4 was amenities and recreation. So we taken this motion, done some work on it, and said, you know, with the tools we have available to us, if we're interested in leveraging some of our assets, option A, we could provide further detail in terms of how we could leverage that into attracting more locums doctors, healthcare professionals to our community to support folks without doctors.
Director Von Asch.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate all the options. I can see the advantage of us as a region going above and beyond what's already happening to make this area attractive for doctors and healthcare professionals. Looking at the report, and option A is $45,000 per unit annually. That's if we do short-term rentals. The other option, which in the report says $19,200 annually, that would be a long-term rental that we would hold. So just wanting clarification on that. And also just wondering the healthcare housing logo, is that part of just like home? Is that the upper floor are we talking about? Okay, so can you talk a little bit about how that upper floor of the just like home plays into this?
Yeah, so the analysis in the report identified if we were to have long-term rental units versus the short-term accommodations. Locums are inherently here for short-term, so there would be a difference between the long-term rent that we would collect versus the rent that we would collect under short-term accommodation, so that's where that $19,000 came from. So if we were to provide a short-term rental unit, the lost revenue would be the $45,000. But the board could look at it a couple of different ways. In terms of if it was a long-term, we would be funding it to a lower degree. So the facilities are sort of 2 separate businesses in one building. The top floor is health professional housing. It has unique entrances from the Just Like Home Lodge. The entire top floor is the 20 units for the health professionals. It functions like an apartment building. So our role there is more property management, whereas the lower units are 10 units for the Just Like Home Lodge. Again, it's isolated, and that functions a lot more like a hotel.
Thank you. So couldn't we assign some of those units to this initiative? And then the $19,200, is that sort of paying ourselves rent for that, or how does that work?
Well, if I can, I don't want to get too stuck in the numbers, because I was just trying to give you some perspective into what kind of a range might be, and if it had any influence. Like if I put $450,000, you might go, oh God, that's a lot of money. So it's just trying to put some numbers for perspective, and that will bring something back that can nail down some tighter numbers on that. And you're right. So if I can bundle it up in a nutshell, if we can take our housing and leverage that, so I'm just making this up. If we could spend $45,000 a year and bring 2 more doctors or locums net to the community, would the board see that as an advantage? Being presumptuous, that would seem like a good investment, $45,000 to provide 2 doctors. So yeah, leveraging the housing that we have, providing some kind of subsidy to attract them, to bring them here, because we're in a competitive, world in terms of these folks, right? They can go anywhere they want. They can work where they want. They're going to make the same or more money. So what do you have to offer? So if we can leverage, so we know we have a shortage of doctors, we know we have thousands of people without a doctor. If we can use something that we have a tool to attract them at low cost, maybe there's a net benefit in terms of the board could say, and I'm making this up, we spent 45 grand and we net increased our locum coverage by 2. That's kind of what we're just trying to provide to you, and say if you want a little more detail on that, that's option A, and then we'll break it down some more into what it would actually look like.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I'm leaning towards option A, and I'm just, I guess, a bit confused around if we already have this housing, is there a cost to us, or like, you know?
Well, it would be like Sheena said, so we have a partnership and with the Kemba River Hospital Foundation, we had a partnership with Seymour Pacific, which creates a mortgage for us. So our rentals are going to pay that mortgage. So again, I'm just making this up. So could we subsidize some of that mortgage to attract it? That's kind of the principle we're looking at.
Thank you.
Director Sinnott.
Yes, thank you. And this was my initiative, so I really appreciate you coming back with a report. Interesting to know that the different climate on the North Island did not sort of support the things that we've been seeing down south in Colwood, which is private clinics being operated by the province. We had thought, well, perhaps we can offer some administrative support and take the burden off of some physicians that want to be more, quote, employees, but that does not seem to be the attitude in the wild north, where people want to be independent and make their own money, which is fine. It's good. It's a good check-in. I am going to favor option A, and that will be my motion afterwards. I do have a couple follow-ups, though. One, I didn't see anything touched on in terms of locums or, what did I write here? I said it, traveling clinic support. So in other words, if we already have physicians that travel to Sayward or travel to Gold River, or that perhaps they had in the past, is there something that we can do to encourage that? Is it happening? Is it Island Health that's doing it? Is there some more resources that we could direct that way? And I've got a couple other questions.
Thank you through the chair. That topic of conversation did not come up in any of the interviews that I had. So certainly with sort of the next phase, we can explore that as well.
Okay, and then I had a short discussion with Mr. Leach yesterday when he mentioned that option A included things like identifying childcare. And I know that childcare is notoriously difficult. We'd hope that the Métis Association would get the funding to do the childcare facility on Dogwood near Evergreen, which would be, again, assisting to the hospital. We have overnight care concerns because people that work in health industries aren't always around on the 9-to-5 schedules, so that childcare becomes much more of an impediment. So I'm thinking that if we could drill down into the childcare aspects, whether it's going to be family members who travel with physicians or with physicians themselves or the other healthcare providers, are we looking at a special type of childcare, and do we have providers in town that would provide potential priority access to new people who are of value, in the sense that we get new healthcare providers, they're not going to be put on a 2-year wait list. Can we prepay or create some sort of access or community agreement that this is overall worthwhile to have sort of a priority access for people like this? The other one would be the connection to the community, and perhaps I'd be looking at working with organizations that provide sort of community. So Rotary would be open to having, lunches with the different healthcare providers as a drop-in, or there'd be a person appointed at Rotary who'd be inviting these people as guests. The Italian Cultural Society, which apparently is a blast and their picnic is amazing, which I don't have a ticket to, would be like a great group, or sports organizations. And is that our role to facilitate that easy access and concierge kind of treatment? And then again, I've heard that in other communities, they really do take their physicians and prospects out for an amazing tour, get them on boats, get them on all sorts of things. But we have a lot to offer here. So how far is the scope of what we do, working also with Campbell River's economic development, because we've, in City of Campbell River for a number of years, funded a locum residence. I think that's gone now because we didn't need it anymore, but we did do that. So we don't have to lose the sight of the greater goal, that we've got other partners that will work with us. So I'm gonna ask for option A, but I really appreciate that. And if you have any comments on what I said.
Maybe I can just add, all of that is good and accurate and true. Like, we have kind of branded healthcare professional housing, but it's workforce housing. So kind of our priority is healthcare, but we kind of got to get into the space and see where the need and the demands are. But just like healthcare, childcare is an issue. So I think one of the things you were saying that is if we need a childcare provider and they need housing to support, I'm just going to say, healthcare professionals, we can create that space. I mean, we're here to create a housing solution for a whole bunch of challenges we're having, healthcare being a top priority. So we're going to continue to, we're going to get into the space. We're going to see where the needs, the demands are, and we can pivot easily. We have the 20 units. Again, Sheena, through her team, is already identifying through this locum that maybe we should convert a few of these units into what we'll call like short-term rentals, because there's a need there. So we'll continue, address, and pivot, and all those things you suggested and recommended are on our radar. We'll just see how they organically evolve as we operate the facility and see what occupancy is like.
Yeah, and if I may add to that, I referenced the Health Professional Attraction Committee, but I do want to give them another plug because a lot of these ideas came directly from them. There is some information on that group in the back of the package or within the attachments. So I do just want to highlight who it's made up out of, because pretty much everybody that you spoke to is already on that committee. So they're a great resource, and we're trying to avoid duplication of effort. So part of this work, there was already SRD members on that. I'm also sitting on that now, so a lot of that's going to come organically. But so we do have the City of Campbell River, so your Economic Development Division is represented there, the Division of Family Practice, the Primary Care Network, First Nations Health Authority, the SRD, Island Health, the Community Foundation, the Chamber of Commerce and the BIA, the Medical Staff and Initiative Society, healthcare professionals, North Island College, the BC Ministry of Jobs and Economic, North Island Employment Foundations and Societies, the Indigenous PCN Network, the School District 72 is on there, there's a daycare representative on there, and then the Immigrant Welcome Center. So it really is a community coalition who have identified all of the items that you mentioned and are trying to figure out action plans to get there. And so understanding if there was dollars coming from the SRD to support those initiatives, we can also start helping using those resources to prioritize what they think will get us the most impact.
Great. Director Von Esch.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious, is this just for Campbell River, or could this initiative also support locums in our rural communities of the SRD?
So certainly locums are covering physicians, so it does support people in the immediate area. The PCN and the Division of Family Practice are all North Island, so they are looking for physicians. I know that there's a vacancy on Quadra right now as well that they're talking about trying to plug. So there is regional benefit, but if you're traveling for care to provide care in Cortez, I'm not too sure if you're spending your overnights in Campbell River. Maybe you are, or further afield. So it's It really depends on where the locums or health professionals are working out of and whether or not they are taking advantage of, depending on what we do, it'll have different impact. Certainly the locum coverage and subsidizing the units will benefit people closer to Campbell River. If there's a clinic that we open, that'll serve people in Campbell River, but people do travel for care from all over the region. That's why we have Just Like Home as well.
Okay, yeah, I guess, I'm just want to point out that, attracting healthcare professionals to the SRD in general is really important, certainly in Campbell River, but it's also important in the rural communities, and just wanting to understand. It sounds like it's possible. Yes.
The short answer is yes. Yeah. I mean, the housing is there to fill a housing gap for these folks, so it just happens to be physically located at the hospital. That seems to be a convenient spot, but it's not exclusive for locum or doctor working out of that hospital, right? So, yeah, it's for healthcare professionals. It's housing for healthcare professionals without a geographic limitation to just Campbell River.
Okay, yeah, I guess what I'm really asking is we also need that in the rural communities as well.
Building a
supporting housing and attracting healthcare professionals to
Everyone
the small
has that
communities.
issue, yeah, 100%. Yeah.
I'm just wanting to see if that's the scope. Is it the whole SRD?
It is the whole SRD, so I apologize for stumbling at first, but certainly the second part of option A and option B would be directly applicable to the entire region. So as I mentioned, the Division of Family Practice recruits for everybody in the North Island. The HPAC is intended to identify the needs of everybody on the North Island, so that would include all of the more rural areas of the SRD.
Director Lanyon, then Director Mawhinney.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious if in your research you'd come across the idea or the question even of whether restrictions on availability of short-term rentals, so Airbnb, it was over the last couple of years, if that's impacting the ability for locums to temporarily relocate to like communities like, say, Cortez or Quadra and other areas that have enacted those sorts of limiting regulations on short-term rentals.
All I can say is housing generally and broadly was identified as a major barrier. So that would, I assume, expand to all areas as well.
Director Mawhinney.
Thank you, Chair. And wanted to say thank you for the report. And I also am interested in furthering the support for locum housing. It really seems that the survey that went through the Canberra River Division of Family Practice, identify that as like the #1 area that we could support with. And I do kind of, I think we should move forward with that. I'm a little bit less confident or comfortable, I guess, with starting to work on further pieces of the pie, like the attraction and integration supports, as you're calling it there. I guess because I think that we, as this board, have created regional housing service, used it to fund this workforce housing, and we haven't really, we know how important it is to the community to have healthcare access, but we haven't really seen the results of the benefits of the buildings that we aren't even occupying yet. So I think, taking things one step at a time and not getting too far ahead of ourselves, we should be proud of ourselves for investing in workforce housing and building capacity, and I would love to see another report come back which identifies the costs to the Strathcona Regional District on providing some of these structures or these studios, as they were called, I think, in the report, as short-term rentals versus long-term accommodation. And I think it's important that part of that identifies that we're talking about different sizes of apartments, because that was something that the report from the Division of Family Practice really identified, was that many of these locums will be coming with pets and children and so not just a one studio apartment that might not be identified as like ideal for those folks.
That's our intention. So, but at this stage, Sheena again did a lot of great work, but just want to kind of get a finer direction of what we move forward with. And sure, there's a few things within option A, but we have an asset in housing, and then how can we try and leverage that in terms of attracting locums doctors now? So that's the intent of it, to drill down and look at, like, as Sheena's working with these groups, the size of units an issue, right? So figuring this stuff out and just getting the board's direction that should we, nail down more of these potential costs and impacts at what we can do to help attract. So all those details are what we intended within option A.
Director Sinnott.
I just wanted to finish up there, because I think that the most important thing that we don't do is attempt to duplicate work. And Ms. Fisher just listed a really long list of organizations which are involved with this new healthcare recruitment organization within the Strathcona Regional District or within Canberra River, and it sounds like they're doing really great work, and I just don't think that we need to duplicate that work here. So I think that maybe potentially what we can offer that group and that committee is that we can provide subsidized housing for locums.
Again, that's what our intent. We have no interest in duplicating the work, and I think what Sheena has shown is we're taking direction from this group and saying, okay, who's got what? We have this is where we can help. This is not our area expertise, but what assets and resources do we have that the group identifies that we can contribute to? Clearly the group said to her, like, don't build and start your own clinic. we're not trying to, we're trying to follow the direction of all these folks.
Director Sinnott.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just some clarity on the regional housing service. Is there room within the mandate of that service to lease property, like in rural areas, to provide a facility for one seeing patients and it being also workforce housing if necessary, or do we have to build and own?
No, I think there's some liberty within the housing service. Yeah.
So basically, if we do have a demand or an interest in providing that type of specific housing within the regional housing service, we have it under our control to rezone, and we can, or the community, if they're very interested, would rezone, and we could have, like in the old days, your doctor worked out of the house that he lived in, and that's what you do in small towns.
Yeah, I mean, we have some tools. We have, land use authority, and we have resources for, housing. So, anything's possible.
And I just say that if we actually own the lease and we're doing sublets, I think we can also get around some of the residential tenancy issues, but certainly we can make exceptions with any of the short-term rental considerations as well, I'm sure, as a local government.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Oh, Director Lott.
I think that's an excellent idea, and I'll be supporting option A. Anything that we can do to give ourselves a competitive advantage to attract these highly qualified people that we require for our healthcare in our communities is something we should do. And not only does the SRD provide this to give them an edge in getting people into our communities themselves can make those investments. Like when I listen to this discussion is very similar to what we had in a village of Gold River when we looked at some of the barriers to attracting healthcare professionals into our community. And the biggest one was housing. So we went out and we talked to the community, and we made a determination that that's something that our community wanted to invest in, and we purchased a condo unit, and that condo unit is for healthcare workers who are working as locums in the community. So the model is the same. It's just being able to provide something that takes away a barrier for these folks to come to our communities, and we desperately need these folks in our communities for the healthcare of our citizens, and we need to compete. You can say that healthcare is equitable across the board, but you can enhance your opportunities to attract these professionals by providing some amenities for them. So yeah, I'll be supporting option A.
On receipt, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Options?
Yes, I'll make a motion that a further report to explore the implications of option A be prepared for the board's consideration.
Second.
Discussion? Director Mawhinney? No? Oh. All in favor? Opposed? Anyone online opposed? No? The motion is carried. Director Rice, number 5.
Thank you, Chair. Development Variance Permit Application DV4D25 for Electoral Area D. I'd like to move that the report from the Chief Administration Officer be received.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried.
I'd like to move item B, that the Development Variance Permit DV4D25, as presented in the staff report dated April 15th, 2026, be approved, and that the corporate officer be authorized to issue the permit.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Mawhinney, number 6.
Thank you, Chair. Temporary use permits for tiny homes on wheels, that the report from the Chief Administrative Officer be received.
Discussion? Director Rice?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a concern with the motion. What I do have a concern with is that there's a legal opinion that was mentioned in the report, and I think it would be appropriate for us to revisit that legal opinion.
Oh.
I'm not sure, if it should be done prior to voting on this or if it can be done after. I'll leave that to the board.
Director Sinnott?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think the problem comes, and I only really delved into it a couple of weeks ago, if you have an electrical safety issue, you can't inhabit a place. You have to have
done, so we can understand how they made it work, or what done, so we can understand how they made it work, or what else we need to consider if we're going to move forward with this. So thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I would just add that the motions that we're going to be looking at in a minute here, there's two of them, and neither one of them really binds us to anything. They're either looking for information or looking to engage with the community and see what they think. So I think we can probably move forward. And if the director is interested in revisiting the legal opinion, perhaps we can have a motion to bring that back to further in-camera session.
Okay, on receipt, Director Davis.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that 3 years ago, we brought in a zoning amendment bylaw and TASIS for an area of our trailer park that allows for tiny homes, RV units, as long as they have full hookups. And if it gets beyond a certain threshold, I think it was 20 or more units, that they'd also have a provision for laundry facilities, because that's a problem with tiny homes and RVs. And we managed to pull it off. And I'm not sure about the details around electrical, but you can look at our bylaw or talk to our CAO.
Thank you. Director Von Esch? No, you're good. So on receipt, Director Rice?
I will bring another motion to revisit the legal opinion.
Okay. So on
Visit the legal opinion.
Okay. So on receipt, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Morwini, B.
Thank you, Chair. Move that recent bylaw changes by mainland local governments and initiatives undertaken by the Regional District of Nanaimo and the Village of TASIS be reviewed to support progress on tiny homes and tiny homes on wheels, and that a report be brought back to the Electoral Area Services Committee for consideration.
Discussion? Director Von Esch?
My only point is, I think it's important to get the legal opinion. I'm just wondering, in terms of just saving money here, that we get the report and then we can decide whether we want to move forward with legal opinion.
Director Rice?
We already have the legal opinion. It was done last year. So, and again, we're in open session right now, so I can't speak to it, but I think it is important before we make any final decisions to go back and review that legal opinion.
So what I can, if it suits everyone here, the motion passes, can bring the report and then combine it with the legal opinion if we already have it, and we might as well do a 2-for-1. Yeah.
I'm fine with that, whatever works.
Okay, that works with me.
Okay, so on B, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. C.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move that the Electoral Area C Official Community Plan Community Engagement include consideration of temporary use permits for tiny homes on wheels. And if someone can second that, I will speak to it.
Thank you. Discussion?
Thank you, Chair. In my looking around at other regional districts and the work that they're doing, I really did look at the Regional District in Nanaimo, and it seems that they have come up with a process in their electoral areas, and it really begins with engagement with the community, and it's wording that can be added to an official community plan. So I think it's important, because we are currently in an official community plan process in Area C, that we consult the community and see if they're interested in moving this forward or not. And I would like to hear from the community on it, and that's why this motion is here.
Okay, any further discussion? Director Sinnott?
Yeah, I don't disagree that we have to have an engagement on the community plan. The question is kind of do we do it before we actually know whether we can? Like, that's I just worry that you're going to tempt people, say, oh, this is coming, and then suddenly, well, we can't do it. So is it a timing issue that we're really talking about? Like, is the engagement something that you can delay till after we figure this out?
Go ahead.
I think it's possible, and if you look at the motion, it specifically speaks to consideration of temporary use permits for tiny homes. So I think that would be probably the direction of the engagement, just asking the community if that's something that they would be interested in supporting or not. And I know that the OCP consultation is probably going to be going on, and I think Meredith Starkey could probably speak to this better than I can, but I know that it would probably not come until like the fall engagement anyway. So I'm sure we'll have more information by then.
Director Rice.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I just want to remind the board that the legal opinion is exactly what you would like to put into your OCPA. So I think it is prudent that the board review that legal opinion one more time before this decision is made.
Okay.
And it strictly speaks to what you're wanting to do for your OCP. Okay?
Director Senate.
Just for clarity, temporary use permit, we still can't override legislation or any other concerns, can we? I mean, I'm just curious, if it's not certified properly, can we actually issue one?
Well, I mean, we had this discussion at East, and in my opinion on this, and I think there's some misunderstanding in terms of the temporary use permits, is that the challenge with them is servicing, okay? Like, you have these tiny homes are included in the zoning for all kinds of areas. We permit tiny homes, but how are the tiny homes to be serviced? Whether you have a temporary use permit or you don't, you have a dwelling that doesn't meet the BC building code, a fifth wheel does not, and then how is it serviced? You can't hook up a garden hose to it and have a septic tank. So the challenges with the temporary use permit and what we'll bring back and how others may or may not be successful at this, in my mind, is about servicing it. I mean, you're allowed to have tiny homes or a secondary dwelling in many zones, but how are you going to service it, and how does it meet the standards of island health in terms of well and septic separation? That to me is the challenge, not tiny homes. We are not the legislative authority on water and sewer, well drilling, or septic approval, and you must meet those requirements. And can you meet those requirements on a piece of property that has the allowable zoning and doesn't interfere with the current well and septic on there? That to me is the real challenge.
Director Senate.
Yeah, so for clarity, the permit would only be issued if you complied with provincial regulations.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so on C, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? One opposed? The motion is carried. Is there another motion that we want to put on the floor? No?
I believe that the legal opinion will be reviewed.
Okay, thank you. Director Rice, number 7.
Thank you, Chair. Universal Water Meter Project, lien holdback payment. I'd like to move that the report from the Chief Administration Officer be received.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. B.
I'd like to move item B, that the invoice number HB 2550 in the amount of $286,844.08 from Edged Excavating Limited for the 10% lien holdback on the Electoral Area D water metering project be approved for payment.
Second.
Discussion? Director Rice?
Awesome seeing this project done.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Von Esch, number 8.
Cortes Island solid waste collection fees. I'll move that the report from the CAO be received.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried.
I'll move that an amendment bylaw be prepared for the board's consideration that would extend the annual collection fee for solid waste on Cortes Island to $86 for 2026.
Discussion? Director Bonesh.
Just want to remark on the low cost of this and appreciate staff for working with our local contractor to do this. Efficient use of government resources to get services done is really important, and glad to see this part of it. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Wally, number 9.
Volunteer and Composite Fire Department's grant award. Move the report from the CAO.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried.
I move that the 2026-2030 financial plan be amended to incorporate $30,000 from the 2025 Volunteer and Composite Fire Department's grant program to fund the activities identified in the April 2026 report from the CAO.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Who wants to take a break and who wants to stay? For all those who want to take a break, please raise your hands. Oh boy, I guess I'm outvoted. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll see you back here at 2:31. Okay, we're on number 10 from Director Wally.
Sayward Fire and Rescue update. The report from CEO be received.
Second.
Discussion?
Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Koopman will present this for us.
Where is that guy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just wanted to express my appreciation for attending virtually today. I got a sick toddler in the other room, but y'all have been going through this agenda at the primo pace. He's right at the midpoint of his nap right now, so we should be able to get through all my agenda items uninterrupted. It's been about 1.5 years now since the Strathcona Regional District became the authority of jurisdiction over the Sayward Volunteer Fire and Rescue Department. So staff figured this would be a good time to bring it before the board and let you know how things are going. I must raise my hands with gratitude towards Fire Chief Frank Morgan, Deputy Chief Stephen Houghton, and Administration Assistant Pat Rush for everything that they and all the members do for the community. While this report really focuses on a lot of the high level and financial aspects of the service, this is a department that's out in their community all the time. I think over the next 4 weeks, they have one event per week between a structural protection unit demonstration, a tea on Mother's Day. They were just at the school last week. So, just wanted to bring your attention to all the achievements on the second page there, but just also noting what little impact to the taxpayer those achievements cost. We were able to achieve so much in the last year for new equipment, self-contained breathing apparatus, upgrades, fire hall renovations, all through combinations of gas tax, growing communities, UBCM grants, and it really just highlights that this continues to be a shared service between the village and the valley. The village is fully funded the structural protection unit trailer under their Fire Smart grant because we had limited funding for electoral area A under the regional districts grant itself to do that. And, one of the ones that I'm most excited about is just what a game changer the Starlink has been to the computer automated dispatch system and the response time and quality support that offers to our first responders. We were able to pilot it, do a couple test drives around, figure out all the bugs, and now a lot of other fire departments across British Columbia are following suit with that since we were the guinea pigs and worked it all out for them. I'd say one of the biggest challenges that'll be forthcoming is just the age of the apparatus that served this department when we took it on. The Fire Underwriters Survey does not recognize apparatus that are over 30 years of age, and 2 of our apparatus are approaching that. We have put out a request for proposals about what those replacements would look like. Myself, Bonnie, and Frank are currently analyzing those proposals, and we'll have bring back some options to the board on that in June or July. And like any small and rural fire department, just the recruitment and retention of volunteers is always something on our mind. The increasing cost of equipment environment with tariffs and, it might seem ironic to mention in the bullet point, expected decrease in grants, seeing how this comes right after I just got a grant on item 9 to support this department. But, we are starting to see the province tighten a lot of the purse strings, and they never really have been that supportive of fire departments to begin with. So just, wanted to show some celebrations there and also put on some expectations for the future to the board. And I'm here on all the screens if there's any questions.
Director Wally.
Yeah, first of all, Sean, I want to thank you on behalf of the community for all the work you put in that department. It's really appreciated. On the replacement of engine number 3 and tender number 2, you're going to bring back some options that in the future. Is there any option to recertify or to uninsure, or is that just off the table?
Well, through the chair, Director Wally, that is a loaded question. So through the fire underwriter survey, no, they will not accept an apparatus that's more than 30 years of age.
And to go without that insurance, what does that result in?
That would result in a decreased dwelling protection grade rating from the fire underwriter survey to the Sayward community. Now, some insurance companies consider the fire underwriter survey dwelling protection grade. Some don't. Some only consider it partially in their analysis of what the insurance costs. And of course, if you don't have fire insurance to begin with, well, as a household, you don't care what your dwelling protection grade is. And from the government, we don't know who has fire insurance and who doesn't. So yeah, the fire underwriter survey, it is the dwelling protection grade. It is one of the primary mechanisms that we utilize with asset management. How much it makes a difference in every individual household's insurance rating, we just don't know. And that's the same across all communities.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Director Mawhinney?
Thanks, Chair. I noticed that the Sayward Rescue Society made a contribution to purchasing a rescue truck last year, and there's a future priority to procure a duty officer truck through a $20,000 contribution from the same society. I was just curious about the society, if staff could provide any information on it, just wondering how they raise that funds in such a relatively small area, what their mandate or mission is.
Yeah, through the chair, I can offer that. So going back many, many years, the Sayward Rescue Society was the provider of road rescue services in Sayward. And then the service became part of the fire department, but the society decided to remain as its own independent fundraising entity. So they solicit community donations. They do a pancake breakfast. I've been trying to encourage them to do like a calendar model shoot, but they're not so keen on that idea. So, but this, the funding that they contributed, I think that was fundraising over 8 to 10 years. And I think there were some grant applications in there too.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Sennett.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Perhaps I just thought that the regional fire chief, when he came and presented, I think last year, and explained how he was able to procure various types of products using Campbell River's buying power was a great advantage. And do we not have that advantage at Sayward?
Through the chair to Director Sennett, so on the second page there, when it mentions June 2025, we upgraded all the self-contained breathing apparatus. That's a project where we're able to take advantage of that bulk buying power. And yes, it was incredibly beneficial. And to speculate, probably saved us $40,000 to $50,000 through that efforts of the deputy fire chief.
Any additional questions for Mr. Koopman? No? On receipt, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Davis, number 11. Thank you very much, Sean.
He's going to be up next.
Community wildfire resilience.
Your microphone, please.
Community wildfire resiliency plans, contract award, the report from the Chief Administrative Officer be received.
And Mr. Chair, I think Sean will speak to this as well.
Thank you, CEO. Yeah, through the chair, in order to contract with Frontera Forest Solutions to update many of these communities' wildfire resiliency plans. It required the board's blessings. So a bit of background on this, we went out through a competitive tender as we are required to update community wildfire resiliency plans every 5 years in order for the communities to still be eligible for Fire Smart funding. I reached out to our neighboring municipalities and First Nations inquiring which of them would want to be part of this bulk procurement process. New Chatlat First Nation, sorry, no, Muck was in this one, and the 4 villages requested to be included. So we went out to tender on their behalf through an evaluation process. We're recommending Frontera Forest Solutions to develop these community wildfire resiliency plans. And if you're seeing a community that isn't in this proposal, it's because either their community wildfire resiliency plan hasn't reached that 5-year mark yet and doesn't need to be upgraded, or they didn't request to be included.
Thank you. Anyone else? Director Sennett?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I recall maybe 3 years ago, you and I were talking about the impacts of the wildfire at Sayward and the inability for communication methods that were being proposed to actually effectively communicate with people affected. Them relying on cell service was not very good for the region because cell service is very spotty. Is this part of the revision of the plan, or has that been addressed? Perhaps Mr. Koopman knows.
Yeah, through the chair. The issue with the Newcastle Ridge fire was primarily what we perceived as a lack of communication from the BC Wildfire Service, because they for that particular fire, no assets or critical infrastructure values to us were at risk. So they felt that they didn't need to engage with us as tightly as they would if there was an event. I will say since in that time, the BC Wildfire Service has been going leaps and bounds to establish better communication and relationship with local governments and First Nations, and has, really had a paradigm shift in realizing how much the locals can help them with messaging. So that's way less of an issue now. We just had a coastal regional district specific meeting with the BC Wildfire Service yesterday.
Director Smythe?
Yeah, thanks. I'm assuming a lot of this is going towards reduction of fuel for the fires around the communities. Am I correct?
Through the chair, this funding is just to update the plans. Unfortunately, not a penny of this will go towards fuel reduction, but many of our communities have Fire Smart grants in place right now that are working on fuel reduction methods. But this is just for the plans that we need to have in place to be eligible for funding.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Just one of the...
And sorry, and to tag on to that, Director Smith, these plans will identify those areas.
Yeah, perfect. One of the discussions that's been going on in kind of my world is the highway between essentially here and all the way up to Port McNeill through Sayward. The alders are hitting their maximum age, and they're actually starting to crest and almost touch each other on the top, which means it's no longer a fire guard. Typically, highways act as a effective fire guard, but the trees along the highway for a huge proportion of it are now actually connecting on top. So that'd be a great government funding make work project. There's probably value in those alders as well.
Thank you. Anyone else? On receipt, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. B, please, Director Davis.
That the contract for the development of community wildfire resiliency plans be awarded to Frontera Forest Solutions based on its price of $262,000 as shown in the April 24, 2026 report from the Chief Administrative Officer, and that the Chair and Corporate Officer be authorized to execute the contract.
Second.
Discussion? Director Wally?
Just one comment on what was previously said there about the alders lining the highway. Probably been 50 years ago that the Minister of Forests happened to drive up Highway 19 and saw that. and expressed her disappointment to McMillan Bedell, who I worked for at the time. So I was in the forest department there. We went and cut them all down. We left all the willows, cut all the alders down. So the company couldn't do that quite easily if they have the motivation.
Thank you. Anyone else? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Rice, number 12.
Accessibility plan integration into the regional planning. I'd like to move that the report from the Chief Administration Officer be received.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. B.
I'd like to move item B, that a report be prepared outlining ways to integrate accessibility plan across the regional district, planning documents, and investigate how policy may be a tool to support implementation.
Second.
Discussion. Director Mawhinney.
Hello, thank you, Chair. I guess I didn't get my hand up quick enough or didn't get seen enough. I would like to refer this item to Electoral Area Services Committee for discussion prior to determining this at the board. I think that all planning functions, there could be a significant costs or questions from electoral areas about how this might affect us. So I would like to discuss this at EASC first. So I move a referral motion.
Okay.
Is there a debate on referral?
Yes. Go ahead.
I think that part of the problem is going to be not understanding the framework of the accessibility committee's need to move along and what we're bound by. So I just want to hear from staff whether we should have some sort of integrated committee meeting so that there's some sort of understanding, because I think this does affect a lot of the rural areas in a different way. But we have municipal and library and school districts involved as well within accessibility. So, but this is the first step.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if the question is maybe that we invite accessibility committee members to East to discuss at the same time, is that what you're thinking?
Perhaps,
If
yes.
so,
that
we
might,
could- that's-
It's. But I'm going to say accessibility committee members have significant barriers for attendance, so it's very difficult to move this along quickly because they all have accessibility issues. They're
Right.
various and challenging.
I don't see an issue inviting them to the East to participate in the discussion. So if that's a request, we can certainly do that.
Yes, I would.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Okay. Director Lott, number 13.
Thank you, Chair. Number 13, online accessibility or barrier and feedback update. I move that the report from the Chief Administrative Officer be received.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried.
Secondly, I move that barriers identified by the Strathcona Accessibility and Inclusion Advisory Committee be recorded by staff in the barrier feedback list to ensure they are captured, addressed, and responded to.
Second, and maybe I should speak to this. It's quite apparent that the various members, given that they are very connected to various accessibility issues, whether it's neurodivergence, vision impairment, children with difficulty with mobility, wanted to include their own feedback back to the staff in terms of recording it, not just logging in and putting it through the SRD import portal. So this is just a second step for us at the meetings to capture information.
Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Deck, would you like to take number 14, please?
Strathcona Accessibility and Inclusion Committee Membership Meetings Update.
Do I have a second?
I get a bit more here, I think. That the report from the CAO be received.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. B.
that a report be prepared outlining potential amendments to the Strathcona Accessibility and Inclusion Advisory Committee terms of reference and committee structure to address quorum issues and improve membership.
Second.
Discussion? Director Sinnott?
Yeah, so again, because we have various people with various capacities, it has been somewhat difficult in having consistent meetings. One of the things we discussed was also being able to appoint alternates, because that might be worthwhile, but we are looking forward to having this addressed, because it's been hard on staff, and we aren't getting through all the work that we need to do because of the difficulties that a lot of members with their timing and obligations with family members have to come to the meetings on a consistent basis.
Director Mawhinney?
Thank you, Chair. I was looking for a little more information because it seems like the terms of reference say that the membership can be up to 12. And I was just curious because it also seems like there's several other organizations who are members of the committee, including the Vancouver Island Regional Library and School District 84. And I was curious if adding members from those organizations has been considered, or are there already members from these partner organizations at the committee table?
Maybe I'll leave it to staff, but my recollection is none of those people sit as committee members. They're members of the community at large who have accessibility barriers, but go ahead.
The other one.
Hi, yes, through the chair to Director Mawhinney. Yes, so what you're speaking on is the School District 7284, the Vancouver Island Regional Library. They are not part of the advisory committee. They're part of our partner committee. So that's a separate committee. The advisory committee are members with lived experience that are in our community.
Would it be beneficial to have some more members from those partner organizations at the committee where they can hear firsthand from those that are experiencing accessibility challenges, so they can take those back to their organizations? And at the same time, that may improve achieving quorum.
Yeah. So when it comes to the partners, we actually do meet with them quarterly, and they do also see the recordings as well. So the advisory committee members, we meet separately, and the partners are invited to attend, but we do run them as very separate meetings.
What my concern would be that the people with lived experience may be told there's a meeting, they can't attend because of various barriers, and the meetings would go ahead without their input. Because if you remember, we're not just talking about people from Canberra, we're talking people from all the remote areas of our region who also have these issues. So it's challenging. People could be sensitive to the light in the room, to the sound in the room, to the various sensory inputs. They could have, physical disabilities, like I said, vision impairment, and we have to be accommodating, because that's the exact point of this committee, is to make things accessible and government accessible to them.
Okay, anyone else? Director Davis?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I thought I should make a comment on this too, because one of our counselors is on this accessibility committee, and she has strongly advocated at the Village Council that we have an accessibility committee in Tassus, and I had convinced her that this was a better way to go because it covers a larger area and it could lead to more varied input. So I understand her frustration that this committee has moved so slowly and appears to be dysfunctional. So I think this will go a long ways towards improving that. And yeah, that's my comment.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Mawhinney, number 15.
Thank you, Chair. First Responder Service investigation from the Outer Discovery Islands. Move that the report from the CAO be received.
Just to add to this, and Sean's online, please confirm, unless I say something it's out of order. But the work here to do what we're calling a feasibility and cost study will be done internally by Mr. Koopman and his team. It's not an external consultant.
Okay, that's great to hear. And if
Correct.
that was one of my questions, so thank you for confirming that for me. And I just wanted to say that I do have a great appreciation for the members of the Surge Narrows Community Association for bringing this forward. And I would like to sort of move on this in stages, because I'm not clear on how well received the idea or will be within the broader Outer Discovery Islands community. So I think taking it one step at a time is the best path. And to that point, I do have a slightly amended version of the motion here, which more closely aligns with the motion I made at EASC that I'll be making. Thank you.
On receipt, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. B.
I'll move that a report be prepared with options and analysis regarding establishing a first responder service for Reed Island and the Outer Discovery Islands, that the cost of the report be funded by the Electoral Area C Feasibility Fund, and that the report be returned to the Electoral Area Services Committee for consideration.
Thank you. Discussion? Director Smythe?
Yeah, thanks. And I'm sympathetic to the study because Reed Island is fairly isolated out there. Or is they looking for, I mean, in the report they talked about helicopter access. Are they looking for connectivity to the services here? Are they looking for something based on Reed Island or everything?
I've only received that one letter, and it seemed like there was a reference to possibly having like a electric heart starting machine available at certain key community locations as one of the ideas. And then there was also a mention about specific first aid supplies, as well as a helicopter landing area being created or maintained or something. So those are the only ideas that I've heard so far, but I'm sure that this report will flesh that out a little. I think Sean has good connections with those folks.
Yeah, through the chair and discussions with like Sheila and Heather, they're looking for a trained group of first responders.
Yeah, and so thank you for that, because that's kind of what I was looking at. We do have Team Aeromedical set up at the airport, so just as a plug for staff to look into. You know, they're a nonprofit that would fit the niche for this area very easily and quickly. So just a plug for staff to look into. It's currently supported by industry, but there's no reason why they can't service the Discovery Islands as well.
Director Rice?
Thank you, Chair. Speaking about Team Medical, I think it would be really valuable to have them come back and do another presentation for this board.
Yeah, I can make that arrangement. Yeah.
Okay, so all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Okay, so Director Von Esch? No. No? I'm sorry? 16, Director Von Esch.
Proposed wood chipping and climate resiliency service. I move that the report from the CAO be received.
Second.
Discussion. Director Mawhinney.
Thank you, Chair. As you can see, there's a motion here that we're going to be asking for a webpage be prepared. And just speaking to that, I would say that good governance is a strategic priority that this board has set, which is defined as proactively communicating and engaging with our communities. And this motion provides an opportunity for us to action this strategic priority. You may likely recall that at the beginning of this term, Area C went through an AAP process about creating a WARB service. And during that process, staff did create a web page and provided facts and reports and created an FAQ page, which was updated as more questions came in. While I don't recall this being based on board direction, I do think that it would be really beneficial, and staff advised me that it would require a motion of support, so that's why this is here. I would say that providing clear information is extremely valuable. When there is an absence of information, it is easier for misinformation to multiply and harder to correct. So I hope you'll support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. B.
I'll move that the information regarding the proposed wood chipping and climate resiliency service for electoral areas B and C be prepared for inclusion on the regional district's website.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Von Esch, you want to take 17, please?
First Nations engagement and acknowledgement policy. I'll move that the report from the CAO be received.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried.
I'll move that the First Nations Territorial Acknowledgement Policy, CP031, be amended to reflect consistent and appropriate territorial acknowledgements across all SRD communications, including correspondence, email signatures, website content, and promotional and advertising materials.
Second.
Second, thank you. Discussion? Director Sinnott?
So is the output that we're recommending that we get a staff report and examples of what this would look like and highlight any areas that could be of concern? We know that we have First Nations that have overlapping or conflicting points of view on territorial areas, and I just don't know what the best practices is to be the most collaborative and respectful communications without, as we learned, that some things, if you do with certain acknowledgements, you can actually upset other people. So I just want to make sure we're not going to be doing something right away without sort of having a report coming back to us with examples of what this looks like.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I mean, the intent of this motion passes that a report would come to the First Nations describing the types of things and the potential policy amendment or recommendations for the committee. Is that what you're, like, if this motion passes, we would bring back a report that speaks to, you know, consistent and appropriate territorial acknowledgements, and recommendations or suggestions on, you know, putting on a website, signatures, content, advertising, etc.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not going to step in something that we don't expect to and maybe get feedback from First Nations before we proceed on with the policy development.
Right, and I think the intent of our First Nations coordinator is ensure that, you know, this is consulted with the First Nations so it isn't offending, bothering, stepping on, intruding, or...
Yeah, we know we already have an issue in the area with respect to the Comox Treaty, so that's typical. That's a hot issue right now. So I just want to make sure we're okay.
Okay, so on B, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. C.
I'll move that new policy be developed that requires external organizations seeking SRD support to demonstrate appropriate engagement with any First Nations whose territory may be impacted by a proposed project, including but not limited to requests for board support of grant applications, grant and aid, and SRD participation in project-related activities such as planning, groundbreaking, or ribbon-cutting events while maintaining responsibility for all engagement and consultation.
So if I can, Mr. Chair, just give kind of the impetus of where this motion started from. So there are often groups that come to the regional district and want to apply for funding for some sort of grant. Often the regional district will support that, and then we're kind of out of the picture. The grant will have many requirements of it. We stumbled across one that required a First Nations consultation. Once the project was completed, it was realized that the third-party group did not do any First Nations consultation, so that inspired us to bring back a report and recommendation that we create a policy that should we endorse a third-party application and that application required First Nation consultation, that they do it. And if they don't, they would be subject to, you know, whatever limitations, penalties that grant would have, and it wouldn't reflect on the regional district. So that's, again, the impetus of this report and recommendation is to try and alleviate that. There was much discussion at the committee that, like, look, if there was a grant and aid handed out to some organization that it clearly didn't need First Nations consultation. I can't think off the top of my head which one that would be, that there would be no requirement. But should there be a requirement and the regional district's endorsing it, we want to ensure that that third party is doing their due diligence in terms of First Nations consultation.
All right, Director Rice, then Director Sinnott.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question that I have for clarification. Would the applicants know well in advance that they have these obligations?
Well, I think, yeah, good question. So I think if we created a policy and we were to endorse, when we gave a letter of endorsement, we would supply the policy and give a caveat that our endorsement is subject to whatever the policy would say. And in this instance, it would be that if First Nations consultation was required, the organization would commit to doing so.
Okay, Director Sinnott.
Yeah, well, thank you for the clarification. I thought this was going to be a new grant and aid policy for us, but it seems to be more in terms of when we do letters to support. And I can think of an example. I think, did we give some, like $500 to some firefighter groups so they could go in some firefighter games in Nova Scotia or something like that? That would clearly be the kind that you don't want to necessarily consult with First Nations. Perhaps you could find a reason. The question I would have is, do we have a de minimis sort of level too? Like it just seems to me if you have a $500,
Yeah, that's a good question. And I anticipate the policy might go around a couple versions of it to get directors' input. But certainly our intent is, not to give a 500 grant and aid to, to XYZ and require them to do all this consultation. So again, a draft policy will come before the committee and the board, and it may have a few iterations before we tie a bow on it.
Okay, Director Chapman.
A question, I had the same thought Councillor Sinnott had. So if consultation is required, I think we'd need a letter from the First Nations consenting to it before the regional district would give our consent or grant or whatever it is we need. I think, and that's the first thing. Secondly, has the First Nations been consulted? Are they willing to take on the extra work burden in order to fulfill this?
So if I can, Mr. Chair, a couple good questions in there. So often there's a First Nation consultation requirement. Often we know as a result of capacity issues, there is no response, and so that would be included in the policy as well. So these are things that I think we're aware of and understand the intent. Again, where it comes from is a fairly large grant was given. There was an expectation within that there was consultation that was not done. And then it's kind of awkward at the end of it when you're looking for support for the project as a requirement and you go to the nation and they have no idea what you're talking about, right? If, again, the policy said you're to consult the nation and you went through the consultation and they didn't respond, that's a different issue, right? They had the opportunity, and often you don't get responses back, which is fine too, but you've done your due diligence. So all that will be included in the policy for the board's consideration, and I anticipate there'll probably be a couple versions of that before we settle on something.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Dent, number 19, please.
Move that report from the, Nicollet First Nations Land Title Appeal. I move that the report from the CAO be received.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. B.
I'm going to propose an amended motion, and I think we've given it to staff.
Okay.
And then I'll explain why I've amended it. I'm making a motion that the Strathcona Regional District write to the Nch'alnet First Nation acknowledging the recent court decision and recognizing its significance, and expressing the Strathcona Regional District's commitment to respectful government-to-government relations and collaborative approaches that consider the interests of all communities in the region, and that the correspondence be framed in a manner that respects the potential for ongoing legal proceedings.
Second.
So the reason I've done this is because I don't think it's within our mandate or constitutional position to actually take a position on litigation that is not concluded, particularly when it comes to Indigenous rights. I think we have to keep ourselves aware of that. There's various communities of interest that are involved in this litigation. There's various litigants, including private companies and the various workers that are impacted. And I don't think it's our role, because we have a duty to all the people we represent, including the First Nations, but also the other people involved, to wait until there's a conclusion. If they had a satisfactory settlement, that's a different thing, but we're not there yet. We don't have conclusion, and it could go on to further litigation. And I don't think it serves us as people who represent all the community to move forward and take one side.
Thank you. Do we have a second? You seconded? Okay, further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Okay, Director Von Esch, number 20.
Grant opportunity, the Agri-Spirit Fund. Move that the report from the CAO be received.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor?
I think Sean may speak to this after receipt. Then speak now.
Through the chair, the request here is for a resolution for the board's blessing to go after $25,000 to this grant to support food security initiatives throughout the regional district under our strategic plan area focus of identifying and supporting initiatives that improve health and well-being in our communities. Turning your attention to the budget, our social planner, Madison Stewart, already had a couple items on, wish list items on the agenda. We're proposing a regional application that supports 2 different nonprofits and 3 First Nation communities to increase our chances of success, given the amount of partners as a part of this. The budget is divided up pretty roughly equally between all of the areas. SRD's Food Forest in Maple Park and Electoral Area D would also benefit from this grant, but in order to proceed with the application, we require the board's blessing. And Director Von Esch, I'll answer your question before you ask it. Angelica at the food bank indicated they'll be submitting their own grant application. They didn't want to be a part of this one.
Thank you.
I'm here if there's questions.
On receipt? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. B.
I'll move that an application be submitted to the 2026 Agri-Spirit Grant funding stream in partnership with the nonprofit and First Nation entities identified in the April 2025-2026 staff report in order to support food security initiatives, and that the Strathcona Regional District commit to the overall management of the grant if the application is successful.
Thank you. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Lanyon, number 21.
Chair, I'm regarding invoice exceeding staff authority for approval. I move that the report from the CAO be received.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. B.
And B, that invoice number 937 in the amount of $483,006.89 from Broad Street Properties Limited for ongoing land development, servicing, and construction for the Just Like Home project be approved for payment.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Merwini, bylaws, number 1, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bylaw number 632, Port Neville Wharf divestiture. Move that the report from the CAO be received.
Second.
I'm going to declare a conflict of interest for business reasons.
Okay, Director Von Esch, second. We have to wait for her to leave the room. Okay.
Good.
I guess we're good. We got our second. Discussion. Director Merwini.
Oh, I was just going to move B.
Okay. All in favor of receipt? Opposed? I'm sorry? Okay, B.
I'll move that bylaw number 632, being the Port Neville Wharf Disposition Agreement Authorization Bylaw 2024, Amendment number 1, be reconsidered, finally passed, and adopted.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion's carried. Director Wally, number 2.
Bylaw number 642, electoral area grant service, or move that the report from the CEO be
We'll just
received.
wait. Sorry, we'll wait a moment.
You hardly had time to leave.
Sorry, go ahead.
Bylaw number 642, electoral area grant service, I move that the report from the CEO be received.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed?
Further move that bylaw number 642, being a bylaw to establish service for providing financial assistance to organizations within electoral areas, be now introduced and read a first time.
Second.
Discussion? Director Sinnott?
Yeah, I just want to be sure that everyone's aware that when this service is likely to be created, that support for business is still prohibited. And I think I've had a discussion on the side with Director Rice about that. That's just a community charter limitation. So any organization that competes with private business couldn't be funded.
All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion's carried.
I move that the rules be suspended and bylaw number 642 be given second, third readings.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion's
And
carried.
finally, I move that bylaw number 642 be scheduled for an alternate approval process within electoral areas A, B, C, and D, following approval by the Inspector of Municipalities.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Smythe, you want to take number 3, please?
Okay, I move that the report, bylaw number 643, from the Chief Administrative Officer be received.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Did we amend the agenda to have an item before this? I think we did, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I apologize.
Director Mooney had moved an item before here. Is that
Okay.
correct? Am I got that right? Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll move that the item number 3 under members' reports, Strathcona Gardens communication, be received. Number 4, the Strathcona Gardens survey of Quadra Island residents. I said that wrong. The report that move receipt.
Discussion? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to raise this survey to people's eyes before we have the discussion about the bylaw, in case you hadn't had a chance to look at this item. Because after the March meeting, I wanted to gain understanding of Quadra Island residents' support for various levels of funding of Strathcona Gardens and learn about community usage and provide space to hear constituents' thoughts and have data to share with the SRD board. So I created and distributed a survey. It was important to me that the survey was accessible to as many islanders possible, so I utilized several methods to reach the community. A link to the survey was shared in my community director's report. I posted about it on social media. I made and pinned up posters with a QR code on bulletin boards around the island. The Bird's Eye shared a link to it, and paper versions of the survey were available at 2 locations on Quadra Island, including the library. The survey was open for 16 days, and in that time, 626 individuals took the time to share their perspectives. I think that the large number of responses really shows the high level of community engagement around this issue. And as you can see in the report that I did provide here, I took all of the data and graphed it for you, so it's really easy to access. There's 3 graphs in the report, and I used ChatGPT to synthesize sort of the major outcomes, because with 626 respondents and over 500 written responses, I didn't think anybody was going to want to read all that. So there's sort of a comprehensive analysis of that included. And I think I would just say to that really many households, particularly seniors and families, said that the increase could create real financial hardship or for some risk their housing stability. A potential up to $600 average property tax is viewed as especially unreasonable considering broader cost of living pressures that we're all experiencing right now. And really, a lot of people pointed to existing local financial obligations, such as the soon-to-be new fire hall, which is being constructed this year, and we'll all be paying for in future years, and the upcoming requirements of the Q Cove sewer system. So I just wanted to raise that to your attention, and perhaps you have questions about the item.
Discussion. Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Okay, we're back on number 3. 3B.
Well, I think we should probably vote on receipt again. Did you say 3B? Yeah, then we went back to the other one.
Okay.
Anyways, I think you should vote on receipt.
Okay, we'll vote on receipt.
Well, I have some comments, Chair, before we vote on receipt of the report,
Okay.
if that's
I'm happy to, I don't want to jump the queue, but I'm happy to speak to quickly the report. The board asked for, instructed staff for options that include Quadra Island in the recreation service. We heard some commentary about access, so I've provided the board with 3 options that 2 of them address some of the access concerns from the committee. So.
Okay, Director Mawhinney.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few comments on the report and its recommendations. The report mentions in it the current arrangement between Gabriola Island and recreation facilities in Nanaimo. Gabriola is in Area B of the Regional District of Nanaimo and is not, in fact, mentioned in the recent RC Strategies report. You may recall that I brought information to this table to the March meeting that Denman and Hornby Islands pay for major recreation amenities at 10% of the rate of closer areas. And I've gathered some new information that I wanted to share with you around Gabriola. Gabriola Island taxpayers contribute to the operating costs of recreation facilities in Nanaimo based on a usage basis. This data is acquired through a survey every 5 years. The Cowichan Valley Regional District also uses survey statistics to determine recreation funding. In 2026, Gabriola Island's contribution to Nanaimo for this recreation is $100,157, some of which is repatriated because facilities on Gabriola also receive funding through the same mechanism. Gabriola has a population more than double that of Quadra Island. And if you break down the math by population, Gabriola residents are paying 4.4% of what is being proposed in these bylaw amendments. And for me, learning about Gabriola and Denman and how they contribute to their off-their-island recreation really gave me pause to wonder why these sorts of facts and information weren't included in the consultant's report, and if there are other relevant facts from other island communities which are missing from this discussion. It feels like the process which has brought us today has been geared to a specific outcome. This bylaw amendment would make Quadra Island residents responsible for $122 million in debt they had no say in accruing. And additionally, the recommended assent process would dilute the voices of Quadra Island by a factor of 1 to 20. This is why the gallery has Quadra Island residents here, sitting in it, because there is such frustration with the process. This board received a petition last year with over 1,200 signatures asking for an exclusive referendum plus hundreds of letters with the same message. Good governance is a strategic priority that this board has set, defined as proactively communicating and engaging with our communities. When the community engages with the board at this level, I suggest it is important to listen. Something which seems to have been skipped in this process is consideration that Quadra Island ratepayers already annually pay for recreation on Quadra Island. The average residential property contributes over $200 to support on-island recreation available and accessible to all residents, no ferry required. This is much different than Area D, for which Strathcona Gardens is their only indoor recreation requisition. And I'm sure SRD staff and myself can attest to the high level of community center usage, which can make it extremely challenging to book a room for a meeting. Which brings me to my next point. There are plans afoot to create more space for recreation at the Quadra Community Center through an outdoor pavilion, and there is a committee actively considering how to best address future space needs through an addition to the Quadra Community Center. One Recreation Society board member told me that if Strathcona Gardens tax goes ahead, it could set back plans for improving the Quadra Community Center infrastructure by up to 20 years. Quadra Island is a rural community and we do not have a lot of service. Building the Campbell River economy. The debt is not Quadra's, and island residents have been clear that they want to be heard and that this not go forward. And so I urge my fellow directors to reject the bylaw amendment options presented. Thank you.
Okay, so on receipt, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is
No,
carried.
I'm opposed.
You're opposed to receipt?
Yep.
One opposed. Director Smythe, B.
Yeah, just that option, actually, just a quick question, because I was reading the report here, just confirming. We're doing the options from the March 17 report that's on here, or is it a different one?
No, the report includes the board instructed staff to bring back a bylaw. There's 3 bylaw options
Yes.
or nothing that you can support. So there's bylaw 643, option A, B, or C, or of course, nothing.
I got it. Okay, thanks. So that option C be selected as the preferred alternative for proceeding with bylaw number 643.
Second.
Discussion? Director Lanyon?
Sure. Thank you. Similar to Director Mawhinney, like this is a huge issue. It requires a lot of study to deeply understand, the history of how this arose. So I've also got a pre-written statement, which I'll just read through. I would just like to trace back, through some history, and share my thoughts in a way that's very carefully considered. So I'll just begin. I was born in 1981. This facility started being built 10 years before I was even born. And this issue was born then. At the time it was built, the facility was just an ice rink, the Rod Brindamore Arena now. And it was initially funded by Campbell River, Area D, E, and F. There were later additions for a pool, 1979. Both communities continued to grow and grow and grow. I did as much research as I could on Quadra and found that in 1971, the population there was about 1,000. At the time, Campbell River had a population of around 10,000. So we've all grown since then. Quadra's now sitting around 2,900. 2,000? Okay. And Campbell River is now up to about 38,000. Roughly on, fairly disproportionate growth there, I guess, overall. So I'm speaking overall in support of option C. Before I do, I think something that's been missing is how the relationship between Campbell River and Quadra Island has changed since we started back in 1971. In 71, the two places were quite separate. Quadra was still a small resource community, logging, fishing, and a few farms. And the ferry service was new and basic, and it made sense at that time to see Strathcona Gardens as essentially a Campbell River and Area D facility, because it seems that Quadra at the time had its own distinct center of gravity. And that's changed quite a bit since then. Today, the two communities are quite deeply integrated. And just side note, I see the level of integration of communities as one of the key determinants of the indirect benefit, which is a term that we keep bringing up. There's two components to value, and that one is the direct benefit, and that's when a person actually shows up at the facility and uses it. And then the other one is this hard to measure indirect benefit. So I just want to get into the level of integration between our two communities. So there's a few examples I'll give you. One of them is the ferry service itself has grown dramatically. We now have, from my research, 38 crossings per day. In the first 3 quarters of 2024, that route carried about 750,000 passengers and 400,000 vehicles. That's annualized to just under 1 million passengers and about 550,000 vehicles. And if you divide that by residents, that's about 370 trips per year per resident. Of course, that includes visitors. Well, I mean, those are the statistics. So,
We have so many tourists.
yeah, tourists are involved for sure. I don't know what the actual net percentage is, but there is a very high amount of traffic between the two communities.
You
pay $30 to drive to the rec center? Sorry,
Sorry,
I'll keep
you
going.
need to, in the audience, you need to not interject. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, it is actually the second busiest minor route in the entire BC ferry system. It's just not indicative of occasional travel. It's daily life connections. Second point, every Quadra middle and high school student commutes daily to Cole Phoenix or Carey High in Campbell River. So when a child turns 12, their education ties island families directly to the regional hub of Campbell River. And this next one shocked me. Quadra is aging quite fast. According to the 2021 census, 36% of Quadra's residents are 65 or older. So between 2011 and 2021, a 10-year period, the senior population grew by more than double, 116%, from 470 up to 1,015 out of the population of 2,000. So those senior neighbors increasingly rely on Campbell River for hospital care, specialist services, and the kind of aquatic therapy and rehab services that take place at Strathcona Gardens. Quadra has become, in a practical sense, a bedroom and lifestyle community for the regional center. And the ferry that once was a separating factor now connects us double what it used to. So despite that integration, media coverage has suggested that Quadra residents barely use the facility. So that's the next section here. We'll lay out a few bullet points of facts that tell a bit of a different story. Quadra residents, and this was in the RC Strategies report, account for 66% of all non-contributing Strathcona Regional District accounts at the Gardens. 46% of all swim lessons are taken by non-local participants, and those are overwhelmingly from Quadra. 61% of Quadra households have had an active account in the past 7 years. That was the 944 Quathiaski Cove and Harriet Bay accounts that were found in the system between 2018 and 2025. It doesn't mean they're all active now, but there were 944 distinct accounts from Quadra over that 7-year period. So those numbers show real ongoing participation. It's not some small fraction. And then, to the facility itself, kind of speaking to the comments I heard on media about this being gold-plated. The pool was built in 1979, and it had a structural issue and had reached the end of its life. So the option was either to close it or replace it. The ice rink original dates back to 1971, 72, more than 50 years old. And both ice surfaces have been running at capacity. There is a Quadra hockey team that gets preferential ice time. I don't have a problem with that, but it's a reality that there are definitely paying residents in Campbell River and Area D that are deprived of those resources, because another area that's contributing much less is using them. So that necessitates, because of capacity issues, the ice rink component, which is expensive, I'll agree, but that is what it costs to build these days. And it's part of having a complete community. So what we're doing is replacing failing infrastructure and overcapacity infrastructure, and making basic accessibility upgrades, which is just not fairly cast as gold plating. It's responsible stewardship. It's financed the same way that we fund every hospital, school, and bridge in Canada, with our debt being amortized over a 30-year period on the pool and a 25-year period over the ice rink. Which basically means that during that initial new phase where maintenance costs are low, we're paying off the debt. And the people who are being requisitioned to pay that are the same people that are benefiting it.
Excuse me, there's no verbal from the gallery,
That's
or you'll be asked to leave.
I won't just...
Okay, we're going to have a pause. We're going to have a pause. And ma'am, you need to vacate the building, please.
Maybe 10-minute recess here, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, 10 minutes. No? Just 5? 5 minutes. Okay, security? Five minutes. Oh, she's.
Not good.
So, the bylaw option.
Essentially, it reduces area D's
Well, no, I understand that. I'm just saying, she's not leaving, so they don't know how to go there.
Yes.
You don't understand.
Yeah.
One of the reasons that the seniors like to retire on Quadra is because their pensions go further because of low taxes.
Because they're being subsidized.
No, because of low taxes. They're
Nah, don't bother with me. Save it.
It's going to be a long meeting, because I'll tell you now, after she is escorted out, there'll be another one of us that'll do the same thing.
We'll just clear the gallery.
There are 2,000 people on Quadra
Sir?
Island, and you are not going to tax us the same manner as the 35 or 40,000 people living here in Campo River. Mark my words, that is not equitable. You're not representing your citizens.
If the gallery speaks during the meeting, the gallery will be asked to leave, and I will clear the gallery.
How will you clear the gallery?
If necessary, through the
You're gonna carry
RCMP.
me out because I am not leaving. You're my
Then you need to be-
representative. I'm here to
then you
tell
need to be
that
respectful.
This is not equitable. This is insane.
No,
My taxes are gonna go up 30%. CBS had a report today about somebody being upset that their taxes were going up 10% and it was gonna mean that all of them were voted out. 30% increase in my tax. The possibility of losing my house for a flipping faux pool.
If you guys want
Okay.
service, get
Our
garbage.
CMP.
Okay, that's it. That's
We
it.
don't need a pool. We don't need a skating.
That's it.
We need
Clear the
garbage
gallery,
service.
please.
Strathcona Region's money grab, is what it is.
You can't rationalize.
That's the way it is.
$30 for me to go to that swimming pool before I walk in the door.
You kept this agenda item at the end so that all of the dozens of people who came here
I've got the same.
had to leave. That is undemocratic. That is not the way that government should work. If you wanted it and you voted for it, then you pay for it. You don't put the burden on other people who didn't vote for it, who had no voice in it.
Why don't you get an I'm gonna pay for it?
So.
It's basically the same thing.
Please leave the building, just come into the other room, please.
Government in secret.
Yeah, secret government.
Secret government.
Secret government. There is no government here. Are you gonna pay for our new fire hall?
How about our community center expansion? Your Camel River gonna pay for that?
How about
Oh, I know
our own
what they're
swimming
saying.
pool, you gonna pay for that?
Yeah.
Oh, they'll do it anyway behind closed doors.
Yeah, well,
What difference does it make if you have no voice?
Yeah, no, I didn't know that. That's awesome that you have you talk to them.
No, it's my friend just
Right. Yeah.
but he doesn't come.
Yeah.
I know on
When you're allowed, we're not allowed to Yes. Thank you. I'm trying. Very well thought out. One.
She's doing an excellent job.
You are. Thank you. Well, I know how everybody Hill, so I'm trying to work. I'm also when I'm ready to do.
Is 7 a quorum?
I think 9 or 10 is a quorum.
Those Bill left.
Who?
All of us who are opposed just left.
Would that be enough? Who else would leave? Me and Rob.
That would leave seven people here.
The only 4 of us missing would be 10, that's still a quorum. Who else is going to leave?
The 6 of us that are here that would vote against it.
Martin Davis?
He might.
That's a good one.
My entire life went up.
Ron Kerr, are you still there?
I am.
Excellent, thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have a motion on the floor.
And that's B? No, it's,
Section B is letters, option C.
Chair, just for clarity, could you read out what that option actually is?
The bylaws are included if I can assist the chair.
please.
But the crux of the bylaw is that, no, I got it. I got it. Yeah, no, I got it here. I think the crux that folks would be interested in the apportionment cost that Campbell River would be 100% of property assessments. Area D would be 90% of property assessments, and electoral area C would be 80% of the property assessments. That was bylaw option C.
Can I finish my comments?
Please.
Thank you. I'll finish quickly here. I was just about to actually get into option C asks Campbell River to pay the 100, D to pay 90, Quadra to pay 80. And I think it's just worth mentioning those percentages are not the result of some perfect formula. There is no officially established method for determining what the benefit is to a community, especially one that's divided by a ferry. They're a deliberate, fair-minded judgment. They recognize that the ferry crossings add extra effort for Quadra families and seniors and just individuals in general, while acknowledging the very real benefits and usage that we share. This approach is consistent in general with how other Vancouver Island regional districts maintain their recreation hubs, which means we're not breaking new ground, we're just catching up. To the Quadra residents here today, it's not about penalizing you. It's about recognizing the reality of how our communities have changed and grown together over the past 55 years. If it passes, your director will gain a seat at the table, and Quadra moves from user to a partner. And it's just part of our evolution. I think option C is fair. It's practical. It reflects the region we actually live in today. And so that's what I'll be voting for. And I hope that we can look back years from now and appreciate that we took the time to approach this logically and carefully. Agreement on this is a step forward for the region and will signal that we actually can work together and build the region as a team. Thank you.
Great. Anybody else? Director Rice?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add a couple more comments for the public record. The decision to even proceed with this report was actually done in June of 2023, and that was a majority vote of the board. And what the motion was back then was to review whether the two current participant model still makes sense, or is there a time to do something else? We saw the consultant's report last month, and that report was very clear. There is solid evidence based on reasons to expand the model. When I take a look at the consultant's report, Table 1 is very clear. Every other regional district on Vancouver Island has the greater regional district support recreational facilities. You can see that clearly in the report. I hear the concerns about the ferries, and I understand that, but I also will emphasize that that ferry service is 17 hours a day, and it's 59 daily sailings. Students use it every day to get to school. You have walk-ons, free walk-ons for senior citizens. And when you arrive in Campbell River, you have access to services within minutes. You know, I also have constituents, and my constituents are concerned that they are shouldering a burden when they see other electoral areas using it. So I will be in strong support of option C.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Vinesh, Director Vinesh.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, this is a big decision right now, and I just want to start by just looking at our strategic priorities under good governance. One of our strategic priorities, which is our leading document of how we operate as a board. One of them is to proactively communicate and engage with our communities. This is an issue affecting 2,000 people on Quadra Island. There's been no consultation with them. There has been no, what I would say, credible usage statistics around the usage. Taking a family pass and extrapolating that to 60,000 users is, at best inaccurate. I think the report that Director Mawhinney provided that did a survey of the community showed that the usage statistics are low. Most people don't visit it. The second biggest, visit maybe once a year. We're looking at a $600 or anywhere between $445 to $600 increase here, depending on the option.
Mr. Chair,
presented.
if I can just clarify.
Actually, hang on.
Excuse me, the director was out of the room. Sorry, just for actually, the motion that's on the table is option C, and it's 450, not 600. So I don't think it as, what, excuse me?
Hang on a second. Can I finish?
But you're quoting, you weren't in the room.
I was saying anywhere between 445 to 600, depending on the option.
That's not the motion on the floor.
And we're looking at option C, which is $445. I want to acknowledge the 1,200 people that wrote in as a petition against this. I want to acknowledge the over 300 letters that the SRD board has received, and many of them signed by 2 people. I want to acknowledge the older folks in the audience here, including Mr. Nutting, who's 90 years old and is on a fixed income. We're asking him to suddenly just start paying $450 extra. It's undemocratic, it's unfair, and it's really not based on the facts, which is, I think, really important. And this idea that like every other community pays for their recreation facilities, the island communities, yeah, a lot of them do, and they do it by a percentage of usage, which is why, like 10% or something I think would be appropriate here, not 80%. I'm really concerned about the process that we've taken here, the fairness, good governance, and I urge people around the table to not support this. And I also think that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs is going to have a real issue with this. Thank you.
Okay, calling the question.
Chair, I have a comment.
Director Mawhinney.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the comments of Director Vinesh, and I wanted to reflect on a couple of things that, for some reason, the fact that we have a ferry to Quadra Island seems to be a reason that this tax should be going ahead. And not only does the ferry go to Quadra Island, but everybody that goes to Cortez Island has to take the ferry and go across Quadra and catch it. And we have an incredibly robust visitor tourism economy, which has a lot of usage. And you can point to the number of ferry crossings a day as some sort of fact to bolster your argument. However, I would just point out to you that, yes, there are now 2 ferries every hour instead of 1. And you know what? They have a maximum of 20 cars per hour extra than they did before. And it's so I just think that pointing to those statistics as indicative of ferry usage being a metric to bill our community for a recreation facility that we don't, by and large, use very often. And if we do, we already pay an out-of-area user fee, and we're very happy to continue with that. I think that one of the messages that I have received from so many people, and particularly seniors on Quadra Island, is that they chose to live there for the benefits of a low-tax environment where they don't mind not having garbage pickup and sidewalks and street lights. And in exchange, they can make their pensions go further and stretch those pensions so that they can have slightly better quality of life here in this time of an incredible cost of living crisis that we're all living through. I don't think that this 80% number is in any way going to be to support Quadra Island to have our own community resources and our own community hall. How is that going to be built when we're paying so much money every year to have this money just fly off the shelves and land in Campbell River, where, you know what, there's many direct benefits which are coming here from the money, whereas it's not, there is no direct benefit to Quadra Island. You can quote the indirect benefit of maybe we can access better health care because people will want to move to Campbell River and there'll be a doctor. But other than that, there's not a lot of indirect benefits that are going to accrue to us. So I think, I just wanted to say that, you know, looking at the 80% contribution, you're looking at $750,000 every year leaving Quadra Island and funding Campbell River. $750,000 every year. $754,491 is what's estimated. That's a lot of money that could be building community, could be building facilities and building services that we need in our rural community. So I would just urge you to reject the 80% bylaw amendment. Thank you.
Director Smythe.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I understand why people are upset about this, and I understand the increase in taxes can be a burden. I understand them moving there because of low taxes. The unfortunate thing, and Councilor Lyon touched on this a little bit, the low taxes you were having in Quadra was not real. It was supplemented, right? I know that the ferry is a burden, the cost of the ferry, but that ferry loses money every year. It's supplemented by the other ferries, right? So this is the danger that comes in when these things, you know, you're getting a deal when you don't realize you're getting a deal on things. And it's unfortunate because we're just correcting something that should have been done 50 years ago. And I personally, my kids use the facilities and use the sports fields all the time. They do team sports with Quadra families. And they're great families. Like, I don't want this to be held against them in any way because it's not fair. But unfortunately, this is the way we're gonna have to move forward.
Okay, call the question.
Hang on, you got Ron Kerr online.
Ron Kerr, sorry. Go ahead, Director Kerr.
Thank you, Chair Baker. Good debate. And I know there's some directors on the fence on this issue. It's a pretty tricky subject. But I'd like to get a little bit of history about this from a Campbell River senior. I moved to Campbell River in the early 70s. Probably a lot of the elderly people from Quadra Island in the room did also. I also know there's some that weren't even born in the 70s. But I moved here with my family because it was affordable. I had lots of friends and acquaintances that lived on Quadra Island. We worked together. We raised families together, socialized together. We shopped at the same grocery stores, building supply stores, tire shops, car dealerships. And we bid on the same jobs. It's very similar to Quinsam Heights, Duncan Bay, or York Road. Basically, we were very similar, just different neighborhoods. 50 plus years ago, Campbell River and Area D built Strathcona Gardens Recreational Center, and have been operating, maintaining, and upgrading the facility for the use of the region. Like all recreational facilities, it runs at a deficit and depends on taxation. And those costs have been borne by the taxpayers of Campbell River and Area D. With the major upgrades we're moving into the next 50 years of recreational services in the region, it's only appropriate that the costs are borne by the greater Campbell River residents. So to all my friends and acquaintances in the region, Quadra Island has had 50 years of free services. And I say this in the most gentle and honest way. Just like our children who eventually leave our homes and fend for themselves, it's time for the citizens of Quadra Island to step up to the table and be responsible for the true cost of participating in the Strathcona Garden Service. I'll be supporting option C.
Thank you. Call the question. Oh, Director Bonesh.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the comments by everybody. And, I think the big question that anybody would have if like, oh, should an area join a service is how much do they use it? So we don't know that statistic. We're inferring it, we're saying it, we're like, oh, looks like it might be there, we don't know. Why don't we actually just do an actual usage study so that we can understand and we're doing this fairly? Because otherwise you're looking at a bunch of people that are like, this isn't fair. You're saying we use it, but where's the data? Aren't we a governance that looks at data and makes thoughtful decisions, not rams things through? I'm just hugely disappointed by, why we're doing this. The only data we have is like, yeah, it looks like they use it. Family passes, cell phone, like, we don't have the data. We don't know what, like, of the users every month, what percentage are Quadra Island? Don't you think that's useful information to know before we make a decision here? Don't you think we owe that to all of our constituents and setting the precedent that we're a governing body that makes decisions based on information, not just wanting to grab tax money?
Okay, Director Sinnott. Director Mawhinney and Director Lanyon.
First of all, I want to say that I take offense to the idea that we're grabbing tax money. And I think you should retract that to the board making a considered decision here. I think that was offensive. I want to talk about usage. Usage is not the only determination. We don't always use the library. We don't always use the fire department. We don't always use services and then say that's how we pay for it. If you ask people in Campbell River, they probably don't use the gardens that much either. I don't know how you'd sort that out. It's a regional benefit. It's access. It's something that's available. And I'm really looking forward to the home away from home and the new rehab center because we've got an aging population, particularly on Quadra Island, and you'll be getting a lot of benefit from having an amazing rehab facility. It isn't just a pool. So guys, like, this is a good thing for all of us. It's going to make us healthier. It makes our community happier. And you benefit because you've got a great community that you can access when you need to. So I'm voting for this. I hope you appreciate that. And it isn't about usage. Usage is a piece of it, but it's not the only piece of it. It's the minor piece of it. It's having that access to that benefit. And the benefit is direct and indirect.
Director Mawhinney.
Thank you, Chair. I hear the commentary and the conversation about usage, and it's interesting that the conversation here I'm hearing is that's a minor piece of it. Because when I look at other regional districts on Vancouver Island, they have decided to use usage. The Cowichan Valley Regional District does a usage survey every 3 years, and they figure out the percentage of use by the various electoral areas, and they extrapolate that, and that's what the requisition is based on. And they do the same thing in the Nanaimo Regional District. And I don't even know. Maybe they do it in the Capital Regional District too, but we don't have that information in our report that we received. So when I see that many other regional districts have chosen to use that as a metric to consider the usage, because, ultimately what I've heard from some community members is, hey, if Quadra Island is using the pool and using the rec facility there, I'm not going to get in the way of having to pay the tax, but people don't see those facts, and they really resent that they're being pushed into this without any meaningful consultation or statistics that come from the desk at the rec center saying, hey, this is how many people we serve per month from Quadra Island. We don't have that. We have there was a bunch of cell phones that pinged there that may or may not have come from Quadra Island. And also 25% of the usage, according to that same statistic, come from Nanaimo or south of Comox Valley. So here you are asking Quadra Island to pay, but it just really feels like there's more data that's needed and more usage survey, and ultimately, let's come up with a decision based on facts and based on direct and indirect benefits. And I think that there are many more indirect benefits which accrue to the city of Campbell River and adjacent Area D than there are to a community which is on the other side of the ferry, the other side of the ocean. So I would really like to see a little bit more done, and I'm really disappointed in the report that we received, which did not bring to light any of the information that I've had to gather myself. So I just wonder how much more information is out there that hasn't even been shared with me yet.
Director Lang.
Thank you. Yes, direct usage matters. Indirect benefit also matters. The relative proportion of those is not something we have any kind of academic reference for. I have searched for it. It does not exist. So determining the relative proportion is actually not possible. It comes down to internal gut feel and judgment. So here, I'll continue.
Quiet, please.
I will continue. So in my personal judgment, I would value direct usage, and this is just me. I'm not speaking for the board, but it's about 40% of the total is accountable in the way of direct usage. So we discount that for the fact that it is harder to access for people on Quadra. The other 60% is indirect benefit, and that accrues depending on how integrated a surrounding area is with that hub community. And I think I've established that we are very integrated. You can laugh all you want. What we know about direct usage is that 46% of swim lesson participants are from outside of Campbell River and Area D. And 66% approximately of those are from Quadra. That was in the RC strategy study.
No, it wasn't.
And as far as I know, that's right from our registration data. That is not some made-up cell phone or parking data number. If you can apply that same logic to registered fitness classes from outside, that's 40%. 66%. No,
Hey, don't interrupt.
I'm reading the report. So, and then just arena users from outside of the paying area is 36. So these aren't just little 3% digits. Like these are like 2/3 of all of the outside of the paying service area comes from Quadra. And that establishes, yes, there is very significant direct usage. And so you can't even discount that notional 40% by more than the 50% we've already applied to it. So I would just argue, like, there's the direct benefits that accrue to Quadra are not just medical, although that's very significant. Like you have school teachers. We know that you don't have a junior high or a high school. Your kids absolutely depend on Campbell River school system. That requires attracting teachers, EAs. It requires a complete community. There's accountants, lawyers, all kinds of these services that go far beyond just the medical realm. So this isn't some shoot from the hip sort of result. That I think if we had said, nah, bring them in at 100%, that's the shoot from the hip result that is irrational. Because there is a discount that has to be applied for the fact that there is extra cost and delay and inconvenience with direct usage, although it's still significant, which actually surprised me how much it still was from Quadra. But that's because the ferry actually is very well, like there's a lot of ferry access available, and there's a cost. I get it. That's beside the point. So I would call to question. I think we've all had our word here.
I just want to address Susan's request from you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Your director asked me to take back the words tax grab. I think that is a sort of an aggressive word for it. Just like thinking of like a better word. It's really like, this is expensive. $122 million in new debt. How are we going to pay for it? Who else could pay for it? So I'll strike my tax grab and say, forcing Quadra Island to pay for something. And just touching on the usage statistics, when you look at these statistics, you're mixing two different statistics here. All of the out-of-town usage statistics are not directly related to the family pass thing that you're talking about, which was 7 years of data that they just pulled from the database. The statistical analysis here is off. It's unclear, and I think the ministry is going to look at this and be like, "What are you guys doing?" This is I don't think it would be hard to just actually get some good usage statistics so we can, and it's not the whole thing. Usage is not the whole thing, you're right, but it's part of it and we don't know. Thank you.
Director Davis?
Call the question.
Thank you. That option C be selected the preferred alternative to the proceedings with bylaw 643. All in favor? Opposed? Director Wally, Director Dent, Director Von Esch, Director Davis, Director Mowini, and Director Lott.
How are you voting, Chair?
I'm in favor of C. 6 opposed? Okay. Director Kerr has already voted. Thank you. Okay, so the motion is passed. C, Director Smythe.
That bylaw number 643, being a bylaw to amend the Strathcona Gardens Recreation Center service, be now introduced and read a first time.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Director Wally, Director Dent, Director Von Esch, Director Davis, Director Mowini, Director Lott. D,
That the rules be suspended and bylaw number 643 be given second and third readings.
Second.
discussion? Director Mowini?
Thank you, Chair. I just question whether on an item of such significance, it's appropriate to suspend the rules, and maybe we should all take some time to think about it and come back at the next meeting with, and revisit this.
Any further discussion?
I would second that motion.
It's not a motion. Yeah, we're dealing with D, then you can run a subsequent if you like. All in favor? Opposed? Same. Motion is carried. Go ahead. You had a motion, Director Mowini?
I didn't have a motion. My recommendation was a discussion on suspending the rules on such a contentious issue. Why would we suspend the rules and move forward on second and third readings at the same time?
Is there a second?
What exactly was the
Don't think
motion?
there's a motion on the
No.
table.
No, I thought there,
We already voted on.
that was discussion. I apologize. Okay. E,
That the approval of the electors for bylaw number 643 be sought through assent voting process to be held concurrently with the 2026 local government elections, and that the voting be conducted throughout the entire service area and the proposed service area.
Second.
discussion. Director Mowini?
Thank you, Chair. So I have a couple of questions about this because the Local Government Act really gives us our marching orders when it comes to these types of motions. And in no way do I claim to be a legal scholar, but I certainly have spent significant time reading the Local Government Act in the last couple of months. And perhaps the corporate officer can speak to this. My understanding of Section 349 is that an establishing bylaw may be amended in accordance with the requirements applicable to the adoption of the bylaw that it amends. So that would mean that if we are amending the Strathcona Garden Service bylaw, we would need to seek the assent of the electors in the way that the assent was first consulted or acquired, which could be that there were, I believe, 3 or 4 electoral areas and the district of Campbell River at the time, which provided assent. And there is nothing in the report to indicate that that was a single assent process, which was conducted throughout the entire proposed service area. So to me, that would indicate that we must look back, ask for that information, and confirm whether each area was pulled individually, because without confirmation of the 1971 process, wouldn't the default position be that the board must obtain approval separately for each participating area in the proposed service area as per section 342, paragraph 3, which states that unless authorized under subsection 4, participating area approval must be obtained separately for each participating area in the proposed service area. So my questions to staff are, in the original creation of the service, was each area polled individually? Why isn't this information included in the report? And I'm curious why separate assent processes are not the recommendation of staff based on the default of Local Government Act 342, paragraph 3.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Section 349 basically regulates the matters to do with amending and establishing bylaw. And Director Mawhinney did quote part of it. There's another part of it as well. But I believe that the requirements, when it talks about the, in accordance with the requirements applicable to the adoption of the bylaw, it's talking about did it go for a vote of the electors or not. The question of whether each area must have a vote separately from the others is really, first of all, for the board to determine, subject to the minister's approval. And so it's up to the board if they wish to pool the votes in all 3 areas or have them separate. And that decision will be subject to a ministerial review when the bylaw is submitted.
And if I may, Chair, the reason staff provided the recommendation that we did because the bylaw that's been supported here is a change in 2 things. 1, a change in the voting structure, and 2, in the rates of requisition collection. Therefore, it's appropriate to ask all contributing areas their opinion on that. So, for example, what the motion that has been forwarded, given second and third reading here, says that Campbell River should pay 100%, Area D 90%, and electoral area, and Quadra Island 80%. Therefore, there's discrepancy in contribution, and all participating areas should be participate in voting.
Director Mawhinney.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to move an amendment to the motion on the floor, and that would be to strike the last section of that, that the voting be conducted throughout the entire service area and proposed service area, and replace it with that the voting be conducted within each service area and the proposed service area. I think that speaks to providing an opportunity for each electoral area and the City of Campbell River residents to have their opinion and let it be known through the process.
Discussion. Director Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. That would be inappropriate because the entire service area right now is Area E and Campbell River. Quadra Island wouldn't get a vote, so I insist Quadra Island get a vote.
I did state and the proposed service area, so that would indicate Quadra Island.
Okay, any other discussion?
I'm confused. Can you read that again?
Yep, that the voting be conducted within each area and the proposed service area.
Well, so the motion here, it says throughout the service area. So what will happen?
And proposed service area. It says, basically what my concern is here is that it is diluting the voice of Quadra Island by a factor of 1 to 20. If we were having one assent process for all of Campbell River residents and Area D residents, population over 40,000 altogether, plus the population of Quadra Island being added to that. There's no voice for Quadra Island. There's no meaningful voice for Quadra Island. So I would suggest that it would be appropriate, based on the provisions of the Local Government Act in sections 342 and 349, that the assent process is conducted on an individual or basis or within the proposed service area being added, that those people have a meaningful voice in this discussion.
Well, I'm not going to debate what a meaningful voice is, but when you're amending a bylaw that has an effect on all three areas, it stands to reason that all three areas have a vote on it. So the proposed motion is, and I can speak to what practically is what's going to happen, it's in the general election, so there'll be a voting location or more on Quadra Island. There'll be one or more in Campbell River, and there'll be one or more in Area D. So people will go vote for their elected official. They'll cast a vote in their areas on the referendum question or questions. Those votes will be identified individually and aggregated for the board. So that's what this process will do, which I don't know, it sounds exactly like what you said. So.
Well, my question then is, you're saying that the numbers will be aggregated, so there will be an individual assent process. So if the Quadra Island voters choose to reject this service amendment bylaw, will that then keep them out of the service? Because the way that I am reading the motion that we are discussing right now is that the voting is to be conducted throughout the entire service area and proposed service area, therefore combining 40,000 with 2,000, and there is no meaningful voice at a ratio of 1 to 20.
Well, that would ultimately be up to the minister's discretion if they chose, but having...
Can you explain a little bit more about that? So the minister has a role here. What does that minister role look like?
Well, let's just say this motion passes as is, then we're doing an aggregated vote on the referendum question. So as I said, you'll have, just for argument's sake, you'll have 3 boxes, a Quadra Island box, a Campbell River box, and an Area D box. Those will be collected individually and aggregated for a total count. Because the logic behind it, which can always be overridden by the minister, is that why would a Campbell River and Area D resident not get an aggravated vote when you're changing the rate structure and the voting structure in there? That would have to be something for the minister to say, that you should have 3 areas vote individually and be able to, in essence, vote themselves in or out. So this says this is ultimately a referendum question that will be collected at 3 areas and a vote aggregated. If this motion passed, we would submit that to the minister, and the minister has the ability to override that and say, you have to vote, just for example, you have to vote individually in each areas, and an area can vote in or out. That would have to come from the minister. Because
we could also decide to do that here and then not have to go to the minister, because there's an amendment on the floor, right?
Well, again, you're asking the 2 other participants in there to agree to a changed voting structure without a vote collectively. That's what you're doing.
Well, then perhaps there should be another way of asking the question, because ultimately the concern that I have is that there is a meaningful opportunity through an assent process for residents of Quadra Island to speak their mind to being included in this service. And that does not seem like that opportunity is happening right now. Like, all I'm hearing is that'll be up to the minister. We're going to, and I don't think that's fair. I think that we at this board can determine there's a service area which already exists. They can vote on if the service area rates should be changed. And there's a proposed service area, and that proposed service area gets to have a vote on whether they want to be added or not.
Well, my argument would be you're predetermining that Campbell River would override Quadra, and on your alternative, you're predetermining that Quadra would vote out of it. So,
No, I'm not predetermining how anybody would vote, but I do believe
well, you've
that
said
there's an
Quadra will, Campbell River has, I don't know, some 20
They have
to 1.
20 to 1 as that's the ratio of votes that are available.
Yeah.
So that's
From a
my
legislative
concern.
perspective, this is the assent voting that is available. It affects all three. It gives all three affected areas the ability to cast a vote, and the number is aggregated, and the minister has the ability to change that if they wish.
Or we can also vote yes on the amendment, and it would separate the current service areas from the proposed service area.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, which is E.
Chair,
No, I
there's an
think
amendment motion on the
Director
floor.
Mawhinney made an amendment motion.
Okay.
Yeah, so right now we're voting on the amended
Yes.
E.
Okay. On the amended E, all in favor?
Which, just to be clear, is that the voting would be conducted within the current service area and separately the proposed service area to give Quadra Island residents a meaningful opportunity for the assent process.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed?
Classic.
Director Rice, Director Sinnott, Director Smythe, Director Lanyon, Director Kerr, Director. Yeah. Okay, the motion is defeated. Back to the other motion on the floor, E.
That the approval of the electors for bylaw number 643 be sought through an assist voting process to be held concurrently with the 2026 local government elections, and that the voting be conducted throughout the entire service area and the proposed service area.
Second,
Second.
discussion? All in favor? Opposed? You got 4 opposed. The motion is carried. Okay. Surge Narrows, Director Mawhinney, number 4.
Bylaw number 644, Surge Narrows Post Office License. Move that the report from the CAO be received.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried.
See you in court.
B,
That bylaw number 644, being a bylaw to authorize entering into a licensing agreement for part of the Surge Narrows Wharf facility, be now introduced and read a first time.
discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. C,
That the rules be suspended and bylaw number 644 be given second and third readings.
discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. D,
That bylaw number 644 be returned for further consideration by the board following the conclusion of the public engagement process.
discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Directors, we have a choice to finish the bylaws, and then do you want to defer the rest? One says no. Show of hands who wants to defer. Those opposed? 3. We'll defer after this bylaw.
Chair, there's an item of correspondence which I'd like to raise a motion for. That's item number 17.
Is it timely?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Which one is it?
Number 17?
Yeah, mine's numbered differently.
Oh, sorry, it's the Campbell River Long-Term Care Project.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And the Cortez Island Food Security, which could be quick.
What number is that?
That's number 1 under members' reports.
Number 1? Okay. Director Morwini, take number 5, please.
The bylaw, yeah, sorry.
Just scrolling back up to that one. Bylaw number 647, zoning bylaw amendment RZ 2C25, electoral area C. Move that the report from the CAO be received.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion's carried.
I move that bylaw number 647, being a bylaw to amend the zoning regulations applicable to Quadra Island, be now introduced and read a first time.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes, I have a question. Was there any correspondence received on this item?
Staff? Not that,
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of any correspondence being received on this item.
Okay, thank you. Just because I know that we don't do the public hearing process, but there is still advertising and there could have been a letters, so I wanted to confirm. Thank you.
okay, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion's carried. Continue on, please.
Move that the rules be suspended and bylaw number 647 be given second and third readings.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. D,
That bylaw number 647, being Quadra Island zoning bylaw 1990, amendment number 154, be reconsidered, finally passed, and adopted.
discussion? All in favor?
Just really happy that we're getting some more density in the Q Cove Village Plan.
Motion is carried. Okay, correspondence. What was your number again, Director
like to-
Rondesh?
Oh, sorry.
Mine was number 1 under members' reports, and Director Mwini's was number 17, the Campbell River Long-Term Care.
Number 1 under Director's reports?
Members' reports.
Yeah, it's after the correspondence. So number 17, Director Morwini?
I'll move receipt of the correspondence. Do you want me to label it? Campbell River Long-Term Care Project.
Go
And
ahead.
if I may, Chair, I provided a motion to Edith because I would like to propose that we write a letter with the board's support for reconsideration of the delay. And as you can see, the motion is up there on the board, and I will just read it out loud. Whereas continuation and completion of the Campbell River Long-Term Care Project is of significant importance to residents of the Strathcona Regional District, and whereas further delays will impact patients, families, and caregivers, be it resolved that the chair write a letter on behalf of the board to Premier Eby and the Minister of Infrastructure requesting reconsideration of the Campbell River Long-Term Care Project's scheduled delay.
Second that.
Discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I will say that we're working really hard at the hospital board to get this project back on track. And I believe that there has been various correspondence, including from the City of Campbell River and the City of Courtenay, regarding this item. And I would really like to put the Strathcona Regional District on record as well as being in support of moving this project forward.
Further discussion? Director?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think this is an important letter to write. We wrote a letter of support from Zabalis as well, because the government gave the long-term care project and then they took it away. And too much hard work went into it from Campbell River Hospital and Courtenay, so I think it's an important thing to do. Thanks.
Agreed. Any other discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried.
Do we need to call a question on the receipt of that item?
Did we miss receipt?
It was not received.
Oh, on the item, but put a receipt?
I
On
thought I moved receipt. Did I not move receipt? You moved it. Oh, sorry.
All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Director Vanesh, number 1.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate everybody staying a bit longer to be able to do this. So this was a project that we saw last year, and it wasn't in the financial plan. So since then, it's been put into the financial plan that we've approved. They're looking for a little bit less than they asked last time. So just a quick review. It's a basically our food bank used to be run out of someone's garage. They bought a couple of sea cans and they need funding to basically refurbish them so that they can have refrigeration and storage and appropriate distribution for food to most needy on Cortez. And yeah, I'll make a motion unless there's any other discussion.
Motion to receive. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried.
I'd like to move that up to $23,425 in gas tax funding from Cortez be allocated to the Cortez Island Food Security Hub, and that staff work with the Cortez Island Food Bank Association to develop the contract and move that forward.
Second.
Discussion? Director Sinnott?
Just same question in case things changed, using the gas tax money for a third party and the issues that we were facing because it's not traditional infrastructure for the regional district, and whether staff have any comment on that.
Again, if the motion passes, we'll bring back a staff report to speak to eligibility.
Right.
Well, I think the last conversation we had, and I wasn't sure because we had a back and forth, was it could jeopardize other requests.
Yeah, and so again, don't know the details of this. We'll extract the details of what it is. This is kind of like a high-level approach of it. We'll extract some details. We'll provide a report and speak to eligibility.
So just so I'm clear, we're just approving staff coming back and reporting on this.
Yeah, yeah.
Director Chapman?
Yeah, Chair, my question was the same as what Director Sinnott asked.
Thank you. Director Moini?
Thank you, Chair. It was my understanding during the last conversation that the issue really hinged on the fact that it wasn't previously included in the financial plan, and passing a motion to include it in the financial plan and then making a motion following to give the money was the concern?
Not 100%. I mean, the certainty, gas tax, as Mike often says, is for traditional infrastructure, although there's some creep on that. Again, don't know the details. These are directors' reports. Look, can we have some requests for money for food security? We'll extract the details. We'll see how that aligns. And of course, if it's money to a third party, there will be an agreement, a contribution agreement with that third party that the board will have to endorse. So I'm just not going to say guaranteed, right? We have to get the details of it. We'll measure it against it, and if it's supported, we'll say it's supported. If we're not, we'll say it's not. So I don't have the details on it other than the high level of what was provided. So I'm not trying to be negative or positive. It's just you'll get the report back.
Director Vanesh?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just going back to that initial report, the third-party contribution agreements are the most, BC is the most common place for those to happen. They're used a lot in BC. And yeah, the big sticking point seemed to be last time that it wasn't in our financial plan, and that by approving it, it would be taking away resources from other things approved in our financial plan. And that's something now that we've approved. Thank you.
Director Sinnott?
Yes, thank you. And I am curious, and I would like to have information in the report to satisfy my understanding, is that if we have it in the capital plan or not, that's a factor. The amount that's available for Cortez in terms of reserves in their fund, I'd like to know that, because my concern was at one point the director had said that they had no capital infrastructure plans at all for Cortez. So I don't like the idea that we've got a fund sitting there with no purpose. So I'd just like to confirm whether that's true.
Yeah, that would be included in the report, how much funds Cortez has unallocated, for sure, yeah.
Victor Manesh.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, just to be clear, we do have those funds. They are, most of them have been allocated in our financial plan that we've all approved, including this project.
Director Moini for the last comment.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Director Dent. Yeah, you're next.
Oh, okay. I guess I just wanted to say, when it comes to comments about traditional infrastructure, I would say that at this point, very unfortunately, food banks seem to be traditional infrastructure in almost every community. I know we're looking at increasing capacity in the food bank on Quadra Island because of its necessity and the level of use that it has. And really, the only difference is that on Quadra Island, we have a community center, which is owned by the SRD because it was given to the SRD through being a Class C park. So that's the only difference. And Cortez Island is equally in need of a food bank, and I would consider it traditional infrastructure for communities.
I don't disagree, Mr. Chair, that it's not traditional infrastructure, but our definition of that is meaningless. It's whether UBCM believes it's traditional infrastructure.
Okay. So, Director Dent, go ahead.
I just wonder if I may be excused, Chair. I have an important paper to sign at the lawyers.
By all means, yeah, we're terminating as well.
We're good then?
Yeah.
Thank you. Can we stay for this vote? Yeah.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Move for termination.
Second.
Discussion, all in favor? It's done.
Hey, Dave, on those correspondences that we heard, on the next one, we want you to scratch up a few things.
If there's a real referral, we'll get it.
Yeah, I'll write them back.
Like I would anticipate if there's something going on.